Chapter 962. The earth had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, the shadows of the trees swayed. A light breeze blew, birds chirped in the forest, or the occasional roar of wild beasts. It was like the sleep-talking of this continuous mountain range. In the small house in the valley, the oil lamp was burning, the light was dim. Feng Kim Hong was lying on the bed. Her body was weak and her face was pale, without a trace of blood. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, who was sitting beside the bed, apologizing softly. "Mother, I was wrong, I won't." Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression. "Huang Er, Mother knows what you are thinking. You have been cultivating so desperately. You have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times in these tens of days. When you started cultivating, Mother had warned you cultivation is about nature, about relaxation. If you continue like this, not only will more haste make waste, you will also destroy yourself. Your life might even be in danger." Feng Kim Huang's eyelids drooped, her voice weak. "Mother, I am sorry. Mother has already placed a goo in your body. You are not allowed to cultivate for 7 days and nights. You can only move around in this valley. If you are hungry, go pick wild fruits. If you are thirsty, go drink spring water. Think about it," Fairy Bai Qing said, solemnly. "Mother, don't." Feng Kim Hong was anxious, but Fairy Bai Qing waved her sleeves. The cuff brushed past Feng Kim Huang's face. Immediately, an intense feeling of drowsiness assaulted her mind. Feng Jin Huang's eyelids were unprecedentedly heavy, and an incomparable sense of exhaustion caused her to be unable to speak. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep slumber. Although her daughter was sleeping soundly, she was still frowning slightly. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with sorrow and worry. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Kim Hong of Feng Zhouge's death. Firstly, Spirit Affinity House needed to hide the news of his death and stall for time to make arrangements. As a mortal, Feng Kim Hong, he was not qualified to know. After all, spying on mortals was much easier than spying on Gu immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know what to say. Why did Feng Kim Hong cultivate so desperately? She wanted to improve herself and become stronger so that she could find and save her father. But how could Fairy Bai Qing tell the truth? What if he told Feng Kim Hong cruelly? She couldn't bear it. Sigh. Looking at his daughter's face, he sighed. Fairy Bai Qing let out a long sigh. In the past, her tall and straight figure, her noble white robe, at this moment, under the dim light, she seemed thin and weak, her luster dim. These days, she was really tired. Only now did she remove her disguise. His true feelings were revealed. Fairy Bai Qing stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Huang's face. The love in her eyes could melt steel. Feng Kim Huang's appearance absorbed the merits of Feng Zhouge and Fairy Bai Qing. On her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Zhouge's shadow. Feng Zhouge was gone. Feng Kim Hong was her only hope in life. She stared at him silently. After a long while, the sky outside the house was already half bright. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize that time was passing. She had to set off. She slowly stood up. She walked out of the house, carefully closing the door. Next, she took a deep look at the small house in the valley, muttering to herself, "Huang Er, wait for Mother to return in 7 days. During this period, you need to take care of yourself and calm your heart." Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Kim Huang's safety. After all, this was the core of Spirit Affinity House. Even if there was internal strife in the sect, there was a limit. They would not attack Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on a cloud, flying towards the northwest direction. Her target this time was the source of falling Heavenly River. Why was she going there? It turned out that she had accepted a sect mission to investigate Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. The sect had a large amount of information for Fairy Bai Qing to investigate. During the investigation, Fairy Bai Qing found that Bo Qing's experience was actually very similar to Feng Zhouge's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's immortal companion, Mo Yao. Mo Yao was that generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Different from the previous fairies, she was an Inkman, not a pure human. But because of this, Bo Qing and Mo Yao fell in love at first sight. Although Bo Qing did not enter or leave Northern Plains, Mo Yao did, and even entered Imperial Court, Blessed Land. Don't tell me the collapse of 88 Point Chinyang Tower is related to Mo Yao? Fairy Bai Qing knew that Mo Yao took the risk to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land to help her husband Bo Qing undergo tribulation. Back then, Bo Qing, who was at the peak of rank 8, was undergoing tribulation to advance to rank 9 realm. This was a huge matter, not only in Central Continent, but also in the other 4 regions. It attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, in the end, Bo Qing died in the terrifying tribulation. On the other hand, Mo Yao had perished along with him. Actually, all Central Continent Gu immortals knew about this. Fairy Bai Qing had also heard about it many times in her early years. But now, when she recalled it, she had a different feeling. It was like they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even if she died together with her husband. No one let the other down. They had a deep love for each other and died a worthy death. Fairy Bai Qing continued to investigate, racking her brains, but there was not much progress. She found some clues in the sex records. They all pointed to the same place, the source of Falling Heavenly River. When she could not make breakthroughs in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing resolutely decided to explore Falling Heavenly River herself. The source of Falling Heavenly River was the place where Bo Qing died. Spirit Affinity House was very far from the source of Falling Heavenly River. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would need at least several years to fly there. Of course, she would not do that. She had already made ample preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's Gu formation to teleport. A single teleportation could cross hundreds of thousands of li, saving a lot of time. She did not directly go towards the source of Falling Heavenly River, but first turned towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, she used their teleportation Gu formation to travel. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu Immortals about this, although the price was not small. But it saved a lot of time. Along Falling Heavenly River, after passing Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into Combat Immortal Sect's territory. Similarly, she used the teleportation Gu formation to travel. A day and a night later, the travel-worn Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of Falling Heavenly River. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge waterfall falling from the sky. Millions of hectares of river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling sound of the water was like continuous thunder. The huge amount of water vapor formed a thick fog. It covered an area of several hundred li. What was Falling Heavenly River? This was Falling Heavenly River, a huge river that fell from the sky. Compared to this huge river in the sky, Fairy Bai Qing was like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had traveled with Feng Zhouge in her early years and had seen Falling Heavenly River. Looking at this huge river now, she could not help but think of Feng Zhouge, feeling sour in her heart. She still remembered the conversation she had with Feng Zhouge back then. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Zhouge spoke frankly to Fairy Bai Qing. There were 2 explanations for this. One was that Falling Heavenly River was the tribulation itself. The other was that Bo Qing blocked the tribulation. His sword light was extremely sharp, he used too much force and pierced through white heaven and black heaven. At that time, Bo Qing's tribulation was during the day. Thus, this sword light pierced a huge hole in white heaven, and after piercing through black heaven, there was only a small hole at the bottom of black heaven. And it just so happened that above these two holes was the vast heavenly river. The Milky Way flowed through the two holes and poured down together. It smashed into Central Continent's land, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river water opened up a path, forming the longest river in Central Continent. Fairy Bai Qing asked, which of these two explanations was more reliable? Feng Jioge smiled and replied, I am not sure, but the second explanation can explain the change in the water flow. During the day, falling heavenly river's water flow is strong. Rank 8 Gua mortals cannot resist it, but during the night, falling heavenly river's water flow slows down. Rank 7 Gua mortals can barely resist it. The power of nature was unparalleled and vast. Even Gua mortals were minuscule compared to it. Collecting her thoughts, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was fixed. Definitely, she had already borrowed many water path immortal goo for this trip. They were all to help her enter falling heavenly river. But it was impossible during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 Gua immortal. Her only chance was to enter falling heavenly river at night to search for clues. It was still daytime now. Falling heavenly river was very close. Fairy Bai Qing slowed down and got closer. She planned to go to the bottom of the river when night fell. Time passed. The sun gradually set in the west. The sky was covered in layers of burning clouds. The radiance of the sunset shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the distant falling heavenly river in bewilderment. Roar! With a roar, the water flow erupted. A huge beast popped its head out, revealing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the river. This was a huge bull's head with curved horns. Immemorial desolate beast, myriad eyes, clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing recognized this fierce beast, her face turning pale. Falling heavenly river was not safe, other than the majestic water flow. There were also large numbers of ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts living inside. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull was an immemorial desolate beast, one of the overlords that lived at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Isn't it usually at the bottom of the river, treading on the sand and patrolling its territory? Why did it suddenly appear on the surface of the water? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled. She quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this huge bull. Moreover, her main purpose of coming here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing had a vigilant expression as she lamented her bad luck. The appearance of the myriad eyes clear bull cast a layer of shadow over her heart. Just as she was about to increase the distance between her and the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This immemorial desolate beast, with rough skin and thick flesh, was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Countless amounts of blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the surface of the river in the vicinity blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Bai Qing could react, another sword light flew out and slashed at the embankment of the river. At the next moment, the sturdy ground was like fragile tofu. A long hole was cut open by the sword. Large amounts of river water gushed into the hole. The river water overflowed, covering a radius of 1 li, turning it into a pool. Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? The sword light was so powerful, it was terrifying to the extreme. In front of the sword light, the immemorial desolate beast was as easy as slicing vegetables. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights scattered everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river and disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's vision at an extremely fast speed. Sword traversing Central Continent. Chapter 963. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A hair-raising chase was happening on the narrow mountain path in the valley. Run! Run! A mini-man was on Hong Yi's head, shouting anxiously. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi shouted in pain. However, the little person turned a deaf ear to him. His small hands subconsciously grasped Hong Yi's hair tightly as he turned his head to look behind him. Oh my God! It has caught up. Hurry up. If not, we will all be eaten by it. The mini-man shouted in fear. I want to be faster too. Hong Yi gritted his teeth. He was already using all his strength to activate his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, only ranked 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Hong Yi had obtained some small fortuitous encounters. His cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people. But in this life and death crisis, rank 2 upper stage cultivation was not enough to deal with the rank 5 wild golden-horned centipede chasing after him. This centipede was huge. It was like a giant python. It had sharp and hard horns on its head. As it moved on the mountain path, 100 pairs of centipede legs stepped on the ground, twisting its body as it moved at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, it is already behind you. The mini-man was pale with fright. His soul almost left his body. Go all out. Hong Yi also sensed that the golden-horned centipede was close to him. His hair stood on end. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move, but Hong Yi had not obtained it for long. He had not practiced it many times. When activating it, the chances of success and failure were 50-50. Killer move. At least 2 goo worms were needed to form it. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the activation steps. The difficulty of activating the killer move was higher, but the power was higher as well. This movement killer move that Hong Yi obtained was made up of close to 10 mortal goo. Do not compare goo masters to goo immortals. This number was already a lot for goo masters. Killer moves were not so easy to train. Sometimes failure in activating the killer move would harm oneself or goo worms. Thus, normally, Hong Yi would be very careful when practicing this killer move. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else. Based on his original speed, there was no way he could shake off the golden-horned centipede behind him. He would definitely die. The only way out was to risk it all. Activate it for me. It must succeed. Hong Yi shouted in his heart. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required concentration. Some killer moves even required an especially stable environment. They could not be disturbed. It was easy for Fang Yuan to use killer moves because he had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Hong Yi was definitely a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. On one hand, one had to look at the road ahead. The mountain road was full of rocks and potholes. He ran as fast as he could in case he fell. Then everything would be over. On the other hand, behind Hong Yi was the golden-horned centipede, following closely behind. That huge commotion continued to linger in his ears. The aura of death nearly enveloped his entire body. How could Hong Yi not be concerned? In this situation, those who could not be bothered and maintain absolute calmness were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and disregarded life and death. Hong Yi could reach this level in the future, but he was still too young now. It is catching up. It is catching up. The mini-man above him shouted. looking at the terrifying golden-horned centipede in fear as it charged forward, gradually closing the distance between them. The centipede was huge and heavy. It had hundreds of legs on the ground. It was like a ferocious tiger. Its mouth was wide open. Saliva was flying everywhere as it bit towards Hong Yi's back. The mini-man screamed, closing his eyes in fear. Even though he had wings on his back, they were damaged. Earlier, he could not fly at all. This time, when he entered the cave, he successfully stole the rank 5 goo material 100 flowers condensed dew. But the price of doing so was the deep hatred of the golden-horned centipede guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could not escape. He could only stay with Hong Yi and use his speed to survive. However, the mini-man did not feel the pain that he expected. He opened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. For some reason, Hong Yi actually escaped the golden-horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden-horned centipede chased after him again. The mini-man's heart was pounding, but he gradually understood. It turned out that every time the golden-horned centipede wanted to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head. This movement caused its head to be at least 8 feet off the ground, even its body, which was half a foot long, to be lifted off the ground. Then it would descend again. When the golden-horned centipede raised its head, many of its legs would be lifted off the ground. Its speed would fall sharply. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running. His speed did not change. Thus, every time the golden-horned centipede tried to bite, Hong Yi would escape. This idiot! The mini-man laughed loudly. He was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. Wild goo worms had limited intelligence. Their every action was based on instinct. I helped you escape out of goodwill. But you actually called me an idiot. Hong Yi was dissatisfied. I am not scolding you. I am talking about this golden-horned centipede. You idiot! The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi, however, felt resentment. You are the idiot. I told you, the centipede is sleeping. Don't be afraid. We can leave after stealing the 100 flowers dew. But you insisted on shouting. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up. Guilt flashed in his eyes as he showed an embarrassed and angry expression. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the next moment his eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It turned out that the golden-horned centipede behind him saw that it could not bite Hong Yi, so it changed to another method of attack. That was the golden horn on its head. This was not because it had become smarter. Rather, over the long years, the golden-horned centipede would encounter some large prey that it could not swallow in one bite. In such a situation, it would normally use the golden horn on its head to cut the prey into pieces. Opening its mouth to swallow was the golden-horned centipede's instinct. The golden horn on its head was also an instinct. The golden-horned centipede charged over fiercely, lowering its head. The golden horn moved forward, quickly getting close to Hong Yi's. But there was no helping it. This was the height. Idiot! Run! The mini-man saw this dangerous situation. He shivered in fear. His entire body trembled. He could not even hold the hair in his hand firmly. You still dare to call me an idiot? Hong Yi shouted, suddenly raising his voice, like a rooster whose throat was suddenly grabbed. He panicked. He was caught off guard. And, of course, there was a heart-wrenching pain. The golden horn had already pierced into Hong Yi's, but the mini-man felt despair. He was definitely done for this time. But right at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a large margin. He immediately charged out. It turned out that when he screamed, the intense pain caused him to have an epiphany, allowing him to use his killer move in its entirety. Hong Yi thus escaped from danger. Bleeding. The mini-man looked at Hong Yi's back as he shouted anxiously. The golden-horned centipede was originally pierced into Hong Yi's, but now Hong Yi had charged out. Both sides separated. It was like a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's, but The wound was no longer obstructed. Blood naturally flowed out. My butt hurts. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with such intense thoughts. He subconsciously covered his butt, covering the wound. Then naturally, because of the pain from the wound, his mind was distracted. The movement killer move that he had just activated collapsed. His speed fell again. But the golden-horned centipede was still chasing behind him. Another golden horn pierced into the other half of Hong Yi's, but, oh, Hong Yi screamed in shock again. Next, the same scene happened again. The intense attacks and the sudden intense pain caused Hong Yi to focus his attention in that instant, and he used his killing move again. He ran out again. Blood is spurting. The mini-man shouted anxiously. There was no helping it. The two wounds were very deep, and with Hong Yi's intense movement, it would be strange if blood did not spurt out. Hong Yi covered his, but as he ran, the golden-horned centipede chased him relentlessly. This situation made it hard for him to stop. Oh no, I don't have enough primeval essence. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression turned pale. Goo Masters had little primeval essence to begin with. It was not durable, and killer moves used many goo worms at the same time. The expenditure was huge. After running for so long, Hong Yi was already at his limit. Death was approaching. Hong Yi was forced into a dead end. He had no chance of survival. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me. My body is so small. I have little meat. Eat him. Eat this idiot. The mini-man was so scared that he fell limp in Hong Yi's hair, mumbling to himself. At this time, Hong Yi's heart was empty. He did not have the mood to argue with the mini-man. Next, at this time, an earth-shattering sword light shot out. In an instant, the world turned white. All living beings lost their voices. The change did not make Hong Yi stop running. After running for a while, he realized something was wrong. Turning around, he was stunned. The rank 5 golden-horned centipede goo was gone. It was completely gone. Along with it, half of the centipede valley was gone. What appeared in front of him was a huge ravine. The edges of the ravine were smooth and flat, like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was at a loss. He could not believe it. A sword light. The mini-man was scared silly. Central Continent's east coast. Water waves were surging endlessly. Cold air permeated the area, shrouding the surroundings. Children, we are here. This is the profound island, Flying Frost Sex territory. It is also the place where you will live and change your destinies. The leading goo master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any goo immortals. It was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land. The only one that could match it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time, we brought the best seedlings. They might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect. If we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading goo master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading goo master spoke loudly. Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now, let me tell you about it. Swoosh! Right at this time, a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur. They subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. They were motionless. They were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast, profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, An enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart. There was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface. The remnant sword path Dao marks were here, isolating the water path Dao marks. The seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once, it formed a strange and domineering scene. Celestial court. Heaven overseeing tower. Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under heaven overseeing tower. His other hand was holding fake goo. His withered old hand was slowly caressing fake goo. This time, the restoration of fake goo was a huge success. Heaven overseeing tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. By Song Shui, Lian Jiusheng, and by Qin Tian, who had restored fake goo with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the Gu immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up. They had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But at the same time, most of the Gu immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Gu immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court, other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level. There was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values. Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly. That was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Gu recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Lord's emotions surged. He was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open. His pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river. Her face was pale, and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword lights shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene. She personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it. There were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools, and other natural traps. Even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood. They started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood. Her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent goo, refinement, immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in Falling Heavenly River? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant, but in her heart there was a feeling telling her. Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth. Her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into Falling Heavenly River. From the source of the Falling Heavenly River, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Zhongzhou state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Zhongzhou state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Zhongzhou state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Zhongzhou state was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen. His hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Chun Tian, Bai Tsang Shui, and Lien Jiusheng had been summoned back. At this moment, they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome. The sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven Overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Goo was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Or Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Chun Tian returned first, followed by Bai Tsang Shui. Last was Lien Jiusheng. Lien Jiusheng was delayed for a while, but because of this, he brought detailed information. I found out the sword light came from the source of Falling Heavenly River. The whole of Central Continent is in chaos now. Falling Heavenly River source. Isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Tsang Shui cried out in shock. Mentioning Bo Qing, the four immortals of Celestial Court had complex emotions. Back then, they had tried to recruit Bo Qing, but Bo Qing's ideals did not match theirs. He did not even pass the door of Celestial Court. Bo Qing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep. Investigate. We need to investigate clearly. Fairy Tsang Shui. You specialize in water path. I will trouble you to make this trip. The three of us will stay here. Focus on repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The other three immortals' expressions shook. Among them, Bai Chun Tian said, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate Goo. This feeling of unease cannot be underestimated. We need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. The source of Falling Heavenly River has changed. It seems like Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Liang, go and investigate the truth. I will give you 2 slots for rank 6 Goo Immortals. You can choose from them. Combat Immortal Sects, First Supreme Elders, will floated in the air. Goo Immortal Jin Liang was in the fire. He was tall and sturdy. He had golden hair and fiery eyes. His rank 7 aura was extremely strong. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, not giving face to First Supreme Elder. You should look for Lei for this matter. He is the immortal Monkey King. Feng Joga is no longer around. He is already the number 1 rank 7 in Central Continent. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Liang, although Lei is strong, the huge combat immortal sect does not belong to him alone. He has already made enough contributions in exploring starry sky grotto heaven. Do you want him to make more contributions? Jin Lai Yang's mind moved. He suddenly thought of something. He jumped out of the burning fire, cupping his fists. Ha! First Supreme Elder's words are right. I wanted to increase my fire path Tao marks by 17 or 18 first. In that case, I will set off immediately. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother. You came out of closed cultivation? Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming saw the person in front of him and was overjoyed. He quickly bowed. This person wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. He was tall and had a refined appearance. He nodded with a smile. I came out because of the change in falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This time, I was ordered to investigate the truth of falling Heavenly River. I hope you can help me. Hong Chi Ming breathed in deeply, saying sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. If not for First Senior Brother's help back then, how could I be where I am today? Hong Chi Ming is willing to serve you. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There is a change in falling Heavenly River's source. Who should we send to investigate? First Supreme Elder was not present. Second Supreme Elder was in charge. Second Supreme Elder might not know, but Fairy Bai Ching has already gone to explore falling Heavenly River's source. Li Junying's will said, oh, did she find some clues? Some Gu Immortals could not help but connect the dots. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Ching only has rank 6 peak stage cultivation. She is not enough to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the sect is currently lacking in battle strength. Who should we send to reinforce Bai Ching? Su Haoswell laughed heartily, reporting to Second Supreme Elder. Fairy Bai Ching's cultivation has already advanced to rank 7, but she secretly concealed it and did not report it. Oh, there is such a thing? I remember that she is still some time away from her first rank 7 calamity. Su Hao calmly replied, this matter is undeniably true. Before Feng Joga went to Northern Plains, he used a time path immortal Gu to secretly raise Fairy Bai Ching's cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder pondered for a while before saying, Fairy Bai Ching becoming a rank 7 Gu Immortal is the fortune of our Spirit Affinity House. When she returns, we will bestow immeasurable peak to her. Also, open the treasury and allow her to choose a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for the matter of falling Heavenly River, we will not send any reinforcements. We will only inform her of the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's orders. Tianti Mountain, such sword light. Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword for the sake of love. Maybe this is the birth of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path Gu Master Jian Yisheng raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was filled with excitement and longing. With this huge change, the source of falling Heavenly River is definitely the gathering place of Gu Immortals. Maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects might be strong, but if they eat the meat, I can at least drink the soup, right? Thinking of this, Jian Yisheng made up his mind and flew out of Tianti Mountain towards the northwest horizon. Be it the righteous path led by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects or the demonic path, or even lone immortals like Jian Yisheng, they all had their own plans. Countless gazes were gathered at the source of the falling Heavenly River from a distance. Bo Qing, pseudo-immortal venerable, the number 1 person below the venerable realm since ancient times. These titles, these sealed memories, became fresh again. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc in Central Continent, reminding the world of Bo Qing's strength. A rumor started from an unknown source, but it spread further and further, affecting everyone's nerves. The scattering of sword lights this time is a backup plan left behind by Bo Qing before he died. He wants to remind the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared. Although he died, he did not want it to go to the wrong person. He wants to use this chance to choose the most suitable inheritor. Thus, the shock from the sword lights might gradually turn into greed and lust. Central Continent's Gu immortal world was shaken. Countless Gu immortals, even old monsters who had concealed their identities for 100 years, started to rush towards falling heavenly river. Central Continent was in turmoil. A huge dispute that involved the whole of Central Continent was about to unfold at the source of falling heavenly river. But in southern border, it was calm. Lush green mountains and rustling pines. On a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Inkstone was sitting in the pavilion, playing chess. There was a huge rock in front of him. Stark path down marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface. Some were horizontal, some were vertical, some were diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky. Instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. "You are looking for me?" Bai Ningbing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued in a cold voice, "Although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily." Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, "Do you know? Fang Yuan is about to return." "Fang Yuan?" Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. She squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. Chapter 965. Looking at Old Man Inkstone in the stone pavilion, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he became an immortal and got rid of his female identity, he realized that Old Man Inkstone was unfathomable. Bai Ningbing's indifference was his nature, but his toughness towards Old Man Inkstone was only a form of probing. In fact, his desire to deal with Fang Yuan and his desire for revenge was also a form of disguise for himself, as well as a form of probing Old Man Inkstone. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Gu immortal attainment level broadened his horizons, allowing him to see many more things and see many more exciting things. What he cared about was Old Man Inkstone in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but the shadow sect was still hidden in the shadows, hidden in a bottomless darkness. He did not know why Old Man Inkstone was helping him. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was not willing to be controlled like this. It was not that he had not thought of leaving, but firstly, the shadow sect had spent so much effort, they would not let him leave so easily. Secondly, Bai Ningbing valued excitement more than his life. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous the process, and the harder it would be to resist. This made him feel that he was not wasting his time. It was a form of enjoyment towards life. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was a joy to him. Bai Ningbing had never had one thing in his heart since young, that was to retreat in the face of danger. At this time, facing Bai Ningbing's questioning, Old Man Inkstone took out an immortal Gu from his bosom, saying, "As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Fang Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with cold light. "You seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts. You know it like the back of your hand. But back then, when I was advancing to immortal, I asked you. You said you did not know." Old Man Inkstone laughed lightly. He did not face Bai Ningbing's questioning, instead saying directly, "South of Na Mei Peak, east of Liqiu, not far from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountains were high, and the rivers were long, verdant, and lush. It was a unique tree with no other peaks. Go to that mountain peak and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, leave as soon as possible. This mountain would become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortal could enter. All of them will be killed." Bai Ning Bing did not take the immortal goo. Her gaze was still fixed on Old Man Inkstone, saying coldly, "You have not answered my question." "I don't need to answer your question. All you need to know is that once this matter is done, Fang Yuan will return. Didn't the agreement you signed with the Shadow Sect state that you could only break free from the agreement and regain your freedom by killing Fang Yuan?" Elder Inkstone smiled faintly. Bai Ning Bing was silent for a moment before she extended her hand. He obtained the immortal goo. Then he snorted and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He traveled at full speed. 2 days later, they found the place that the Old Man Inkstone had told them about. "This mountain is very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. Why did we choose this place?" Bai Ning Bing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses in his heart. He had even thought of the possibility that the Old Man Inkstone was plotting against him. However, he paid a huge price to become an immortal. Why does he want to kill me now? The possibility is very low. Bai Ning Bing shook his head. He had a doubt in his heart. Why did the Old Man Inkstone want to help me become an immortal? There are so many people. Why did he choose me? Is it just because I have the northern dark ice soul physique? Bai Ning Bing had thought so before, but now he felt that the truth was not so simple. Next, Bai Ning Bing inspected carefully, but did not find any foundation of a goo formation on this nameless mountain peak. He was puzzled and hesitant. If this was really a trap, then wouldn't he be a laughingstock for coming here foolishly and sending himself to death? Bai Ning Bing suddenly had a thought. The Old Man Inkstone would not ask me to come here and activate the immortal goo for no reason. His intention is very mysterious, but he did not set a time limit. I might as well delay it and test him. If it was a huge matter, the Old Man Inkstone would be very anxious and would urge him. At that time, Bai Ning Bing would have the initiative with the immortal goo. Bai Ning Bing did not make a move, but the Shadow Sect members were anxious. A black-robed goo immortal came to the stone pavilion and said in a rough voice, "Inkstone, that Bai Ning Bing has already been gone for half a month with the immortal goo, but there is no movement. Did he escape with the immortal goo, or did he meet with some accident?" The Old Man Inkstone was leisurely looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Tao marks, but compared to the time when Bai Ning Bing was here, half of the complicated paths had already disappeared. The Old Man Inkstone calculated the chessboard with his fingers as he said to the black-robed goo, "Immortal, Bai Ning Bing is still there, but he is restraining himself. He has long been suspicious that this trip is disadvantageous to him. It is normal for him to have such a reaction." The black-robed goo immortal saw the leisurely expression of the Old Man Inkstone and could not help but say anxiously, "But Central Continent cannot delay any longer. Right now, not only the goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects, but also many lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered Falling Heavenly River to explore, Vice Envoy Lan, and the rest can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the Celestial Court will react and realize that this is a trap. It might interfere with our true plan." Old Man Yen Shur nodded and said in deep agreement, "What you say makes sense. In fact, the reality is already very different from the original plan. The progress is too slow. Why don't you send a letter to Bai Ning Bing and ask him to make a move as soon as possible? If he does not comply, we will strip him of his immortal status and send him back to the mortal world. He became an immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need to let him continue to be so arrogant. We can make a move first and make him lose his immortal strength, turning him back to a mortal and regaining his female body. This kind of arrogant junior, if we do not teach him a lesson, we will not be able to use him properly." The black-robed goo immortal suggested. He, why do you think I want to use him?" The Old Man Inkstone laughed and lightly waved his wide sleeves. A star mark immediately disappeared from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Such a simple technique. The old man Inkstone's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed Gu immortal was wearing a hood. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his tone was filled with deep suspicion. Inkstone, you chose Bai Ningbing. Is it not because of his 10 extreme physique battle strength? No, no. The old man Inkstone laughed loudly. This is only his uniqueness on the surface. His true uniqueness lies in the fact that he is also a person who escaped fate. What? He is also one? The black-robed Gu immortal was shocked. The old man Inkstone explained in detail. Our grand plan has been planned for 100,000 years. The true enemy is not Central Continent's celestial court or the other 4 regions, but this heaven. That's why I handed the last and most crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is a person who escaped fate. In a way, he has escaped Providence's control. Only such a person can qualify to be our pawn. So that's it. The black-robed Gu immortal realized and no longer had any doubts. The old man Inkstone continued. Bai Ningbing is a person who escaped fate. Even Providence cannot completely control him. He will be a sharp sword for us. Let him be the vanguard. We need to conserve our energy and cherish every ounce of strength to deal with Providence's anger. After Bai Ningbing left, I did not plan to contact him again. Let him develop freely. But don't worry with his personality. He will not wait much longer. In that case, I will continue my hibernation. The black-robed Gu immortal cupped his fists and left. Bai Ningbing waited for 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, during which time he looked at the direction of the old man Inkstone's stone pavilion. So many days have passed. The old man Inkstone did not rush me. From this, I can see that he is not anxious about this matter. That's right. If he was anxious when he instructed me, he would have emphasized the time limit of the mission. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel dejected. This was a test. It was undoubtedly a failure. He then turned his gaze to the mountain range beneath his feet and thought to himself, "These days, I've been very busy. I have investigated many times, but did not find any traces of a Gu formation. Sigh, if there is really a problem this time, then I will admit defeat. I cannot find anything. I can only blame myself for not being able to do it." Bai Ningbing sighed. His body flew and floated in the air, looking down at this ordinary mountain. Go. He willed and expended immortal essence to activate the mysterious immortal Gu. The immortal Gu gave off a bright light, but it lay motionless in his hand. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised, thinking, so this immortal Gu is a big eater. He continued to activate it. As beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, the immortal Gu's light became brighter and brighter. Its small body started to tremble slightly. A moment later, Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with sweat. He was worried. I have already expended hundreds of beads of immortal essence. Why is there still no movement? So this is the true difficulty of this mission. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the immortal Gu in his hand buzzed and turned into a bright light, shooting towards the sky. The light became brighter and brighter, but its speed became slower and slower. After reaching its limit, it flew towards the nameless mountain peak below. Bam! Finally, it crashed into the mountain peak, bursting out with a dazzling light comparable to the sun and moon. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. At this time, he did not need to expend immortal essence anymore. But whether the immortal Gu had been successfully activated, he had to take a look to confirm. Thus, after flying a li away, he stopped in the air. Next, he saw an unbelievable scene. In the intense light, The nameless mountain peak was undamaged, but there were layers upon layers of illusory images above the mountain forest. This was a section of a long river. The river water was surging with waves, moving up and down continuously. It was filled with an indescribable natural charm, as well as an unspeakable and indescribable truth that made people forget to return. This scene, could it be the River of Time? Bai Ning Bing's pupils dilated. He was extremely shocked. Next, he saw that the River of Time's illusory image was fading away, becoming fainter and fainter. Two figures seemed to have jumped out of the river. Their appearances and clothes were becoming clearer. These two people were fighting. Both sides were exchanging blows. The intensity of the battle shook Bai Ning Bing's mind. One of them had a huge body with bulging muscles. He was like a fierce tiger or dragon, rampaging with a ferocious aura. It was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Chapter 966. Both sides fought fiercely to the point that the heavens and the earth were overturned and mountains and rivers splashed about. Plus or minus, even though it was just an illusory transformation, not interfering with reality, it was still extremely moving. The battle gradually intensified. The rank 8 Gu immortal had the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with the great strength, true martial physique. You are a mere rank 7. You actually want to challenge my reputation? That mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus on his forehead chuckled, speaking in a neutral tone. Martial duel, Heavenly King. You will definitely lose today. Take this move of mine. The moment he said that, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal waved his right hand as a platform flew out. At the next moment, the disdain on the rank 8 Gu immortal martial battle, Heavenly King's face vanished as he shouted, "This is actually an immortal Gu house. What immortal Gu house is this?" The rank 7 Gu immortal smiled proudly. "Let me teach you. This is the immortal Gu house I created, graceful chaotic duel stage." Graceful chaotic duel ring. Bai Ning Bing saw this and frowned. As far as he knew, there was no such immortal Gu house in the current southern border Gu immortal world. The power of the graceful chaotic duel stage was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attack the martial duel Heavenly King unleashed, it was all absorbed and sealed by the graceful chaotic duel stage. This was not the end. After the attack was sealed, it could still be used by the rank 7 Gu immortal to return it. Martial Doqian Heavenly King's attacks were extremely sharp, but most of them were taken by him instead. The images kept changing, and the battle became more and more intense. Eventually, with the help of graceful chaotic duel stage, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal defeated martial duel Heavenly King, completing the unprecedented feat of a rank 7 defeating a rank 8. But at the same time, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal also paid a terrible price. Martial duel Heavenly King retaliated in the end, turning into a rank 8 immortal zombie. It was as if he had an immortal body. The mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal could not take his life. He could only give up on this graceful chaotic duel stage. It suppressed the martial arts Heavenly Monarch deep underground. In order to defeat martial duel Heavenly King, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal sacrificed an immortal Gu house. The battle was over. He looked at the immortal Gu house that was buried underground, sighing as he flew into the sky. There were no Gu immortals, but the phantom image was still changing. The battlefield of the Gu immortals became peaceful again. After that, the weather was favorable and plants grew. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the flood came, or a meteor falling, or a great fire burning. The originally flat terrain gradually bulged. It slowly grew taller. First, it became a mound, then a mountain. Occasionally, characters would rush into the picture. Their movements were extremely fast. Whether it was the natural weather or the movements of the characters or beasts, it was like a fast-forward movie. The mountain was also changing rapidly. sometimes collapsing, sometimes slowly forming. In the end, in the illusion, the mountain gradually grew into the appearance of a nameless mountain. When the phantom completely disappeared, the world returned to its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with a strange light. He could tell the immortal goo that Old Man Inkstone gave him should be a time path investigative immortal goo. It tore through the cracks of time and projected the scene of a certain past in the upper reaches of the river of time. Teleport to the present downstream. The battlefield where two goo immortals had once fought was this ordinary and unremarkable mountain peak. That is to say, there is an immortal goo house hidden here. Bai Ningbing stared at the foot of the mountain. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He naturally knew the value of an immortal goo house. Only forces with goo immortals could be considered superforces. However, among these superpowers, only the strongest among them could possess one or more immortal goo houses. If I can control this graceful chaotic dual stage, it will definitely be of great help to me. It will definitely be of great help to me, allowing me to deal with Shadow Sect more easily and leave Shadow Sect. Oh no, this immortal goo's aura is spreading everywhere. The commotion of activating the immortal goo is not small. It will definitely attract the attention of other goo immortals. Time waits for no man. I need to make full use of it. Bai Ningbing was just about to fly down and drill into the ground to obtain the immortal goo house, but he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Inkstone. If he went down, would he fall into Old Man Inkstone's trap? Maybe Old Man Inkstone had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction and wanted him to go underground, explore the depths, and obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. If that is the case, he definitely has a backup plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I act blindly, it will only be futile, and I will be used by others for no reason. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to investigate the surroundings first before making a move. However, what he did not expect was, just as he got close to the nameless mountain peak, he felt an intense sense of weakness. The goo immortal aura on his body rapidly weakened, and he could not even move his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. Old Man Inkstone's instructions before he left flashed in his mind. Go to the peak of that mountain and activate this goo. Once you succeed, quickly leave. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any goo immortal who enters this place will face fatal danger. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered, was this the forbidden zone for immortals? If this place really became a forbidden zone for immortals, how could he obtain graceful chaotic dual stage? At this time, the phantom image on the mountain peak formed again, showing the scene from before. Bai Ningbing observed patiently and could not help but guess. Could it be that the phantom image here contained clues to obtain the immortal goo house? However, after the phantom image finished changing, it vanished again, and Bai Ningbing could not see any clues. After that, he discovered that this illusory figure would reappear every 2 hours. Every time the phantom image changed, it would show the same content without any difference. He also discovered the so-called forbidden zone for immortals was expanding. At first, he could still get 3 li away from the nameless mountain peak. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge, fortuitous encounter slip away from him and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move. There was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow, and he did not have such a method. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Fang Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized this immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful chaotic duel stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news as if they were afraid the whole world would not know, involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage. The whole of Southern Border will be shaken. Be it Righteous Path, Goo Immortals, Demonic Path, or Lone Immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat. They will definitely stir up a storm and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in Southern Border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead. His expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of Southern Border, sucking in almost all of Southern Border's goo immortals. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal. I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long. I should leave first. Right? I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone. Ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance. Even using information path Mortal Goo could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense. A feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. At this moment, at the source of Falling Heavenly River, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals from Central Continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Qing. To think that Bo Qing had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now we only see Bo Qing and not Mo Yao. It seems that Mo Yao has already vanished into thin air. According to the sect's records, that heavenly tribulation shook Central Continent. It was terrifying beyond compare. Bo Qing was so strong, but he was still able to preserve his strength. It is truly inconceivable. How strong was he? The immortals discussed. The corpse was preserved so well. Who knows how many secrets are hidden within? As long as we obtain it, we can unravel the mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation. Even if he does not leave behind a sword path true inheritance, just this research alone will be able to make great progress. Who knows, we might even gain another true inheritance for the sect. Most of these thoughts came from the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They had a long-term vision and considered the big picture of the sect. And lone demonic immortals like Jian Yisheng focused their attention on the immortal goo that immortal zombie Bo Qing carried. There are many immortal goo auras on his body. It is hard to imagine that they were all preserved. These are all pseudo-venerable sword path immortal goo. I will be satisfied with just one. Central Continent's righteous path was prosperous, but demonic cultivators were ruthlessly suppressed. Their situation was the most miserable in the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any ideas about immortal zombie Bo Ching. They only wanted to make some gains and quickly leave. Actually, before this, the immortals had more or less obtained some gains while entering Falling Heavenly River. The sword lights killed many corpses and pieces of flesh. As long as they were careful, they could discover them. But now, Bo Ching's inheritance was too tempting. Chapter 9, 67. At this moment, there were no less than 30 Gu immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Ching. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Chiming, Qi Yuntian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qingkong had an immortal zombie body. His divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind, and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal goo and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a goo worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative." Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I?" She really didn't, because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qi Yuntian smiled lightly. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret, alone? Could all of this be a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became even more bitter. "Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the Myriad Dragon Dock and the War Immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably. What's secret?" She had come to explore the source of the Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Joga's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity House's side. They had to delay the news of Feng Joga's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Liang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. "Fairy Bai Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more Gu immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it was bound to cause turmoil in Zhongzhou State. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Zhongzhou State?" Qi Yuntian maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade, "Our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source, after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter." Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any Gu immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7 against the immortals, she could not do anything alone, no matter what happened to immortal zombie Bo Qing. Retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal Gu was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now, that Feng Jioge's whereabouts were unknown. The odds were against him. Spirit Affinity House was weak. They could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another little Bo Qing, who was as strong as Feng Jioge, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of falling heavenly river, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword light was sharp and terrifying. It shot towards the whole of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic cultivators and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united. The 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Bai Qing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method. She could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. Immortals, please retreat. My celestial court will take over this place. Everyone gasped, looking towards the source of the voice. They saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 water path Gu immortal by Tsang Shui. The situation was immediately overturned. Central Continent, celestial court. Bright light shone on heaven overseeing tower. It was whole again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven overseeing tower lord by Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng were relieved. They let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this heaven overseeing tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more goo worms, they worked day and night to repair the goo worms. They finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement goo worms. The goo worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house. After all, it had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the goo worms near the sword wound. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply, holding fake goo, and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lian Jiusheng urged, "Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or two? Why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower?" "Thank you for your concern. It's fine." Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting this suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. "Go." At his will, fake goo in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Goo could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Goo Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8 Great, Strength, True, Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. And this, on the mysterious rank 7 Goo Immortal's forehead, The lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of red lotus true inheritance. Heaven overseeing tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that red lotus demon venerable brought to celestial court, the damage he brought to fake goo, he had tortured generations of celestial court goo immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven overseeing tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking, red lotus true inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The great strength true martial immortal zombie is secondary and that graceful chaotic dual stage. It would be best if it could belong to celestial court. Even though it is in southern border with the obstruction of the regional walls, celestial court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage was already worthy of celestial court's goo immortals making a move. Even rank 8 goo immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in southern border's goo immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose, and we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven overseeing tower Lord thought deeply. Soon, he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Ching was floating with his eyes closed, while celestial court's goo immortal by Tsang Shui was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Bai Tsang Shui had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied, Bai Tsang Shui's expression showed disappointment. Soon, she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a goo formation. She intended to seal this place first, but right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the goo formation that had not been set up properly directly towards immortal zombie Bo Qing. Under the illumination of the starlight, immortal zombie Bo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even heaven overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment, he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were goo immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial Court's goo immortal by Tsang Shui's head was drifting with the waves. Her eyes were wide open. She had died with a grievance. How could this be? Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was furious at this scene. 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. 7-Star Child was in front, while Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun were behind. Bo Qing, you finally woke up. 7-Star Child laughed loudly, his body emitting rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to immortal zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined sharply. Sword light flew out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He had not expected Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was extremely sharp. He was cut into 2. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, it was useless. 7-Star Child's death shocked Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. What happened? Envoy Qing actually killed Deputy Envoy Lan. No, he is not Envoy Qing. His mind is filled with providence, and there seems to be a remnant soul in his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless. He turned around and looked at them. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun felt a chill in their hearts. They were filled with despair. They could not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's gaze. There was only the mercilessness of the heavenly Tao. They were both people who had escaped fate. They were targets of the heavenly Tao. An intense aura of death engulfed them. Facing a pseudo-venerable whose name would go down in history, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun could not escape or evade. They could only wait for death. Chapter 968. Ha ha ha! I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period of time, he had put in all his effort to deduce the immortal killer move, and he had finally succeeded today. This brand new killer move used Eat, Strength Immortal Goo, pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and pulling Water Immortal Goo as the cores, along with over 330,000 Mortal Goo. It was an extremely complicated and dazzling combination. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly, and he had to maintain it for at least 2 hours before he could activate all the goo worms. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work, he could turn a living person into an immortal zombie or from an immortal zombie to a living person. Although it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had already reached his limit by doing this. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had these few Strength Path Immortal Goo. He could use them all thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, he also used Nirvana Fire as a reference. If not for Nirvana Fire, without Blazing Heaven Demoness set of goo worms for Fang Yuan to experiment with, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain the Strength Path version so quickly. There was also Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level. It was precisely because of various reasons that this not too big nor too small of a miracle was created. Next, I need to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Goo to create a high-grade life and death-blessed land, to regain my life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. After searching for so long, this moment had finally arrived. As for Luopa Valley, Tai Bai Yunxing had already repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan had also tried to enter Luopa Valley to cultivate. As expected, of a soul cultivation sacred land on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Together with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul foundation advanced rapidly. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to regain his life. Soul path cultivation could be put aside for now. He could ignore it. Fang Yuan could not wait any longer. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly received a letter from the Blazing Heaven Demoness. The content in his heart caused his rebirth plan, which was right before his eyes, to come to an abrupt halt. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. When Fang Yuan saw these words, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was about the nameless mountain peak in southern border. This matter was too big. This matter concerned an immortal goo house. Its influence had already spread to the whole of southern border's goo immortal world. In the southern border, there was naturally a Zombie Alliance branch. Thus, as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly obtained the relevant information. The Blazing Heaven Demoness is ambitious. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, so she pays close attention to the 5 regions. And as one of the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance, her ability to gather information is even stronger than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan once again felt his weakness when it came to intelligence. In his previous life, he had an organization, he had connections, he had mature blood path goo worms that could replace most of the common information path methods. In this life, Fang Yuan mainly used his previous life's memories and worked with others. He used the information sharing of Fairy Li Shan, Land Spirit of Langya, and others. But as more and more accidents happened, Fang Yuan gradually realized that his previous life's memories were not so reliable. The truth of history was often hidden in the depths of the fog, and what Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was mostly an illusion on the surface. Even if he personally experienced it, it might not be as simple as he thought it was. The reasons for the formation of many things were very complex. In my previous life, I had a rough life. I slowly climbed up step by step. My connections and resources were accumulated bit by bit. Thus, I did not have any shortcomings. But after rebirth, because I obtained many fortuitous encounters, my strength grew rapidly and even rose by leaps and bounds. So in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I need to add some information path methods to increase my ability to gather information. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demonis, but in the long term, I need to rely on myself. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like the Blazing Heaven Demonis, but in the long term, I still have to rely on myself. Losing information often meant losing the initiative. Losing intelligence often meant losing the initiative. Just like this time, Fang Yuan was still unaware of it. They were all kept in the dark and almost missed out on this fortuitous opportunity. 3 days later, Fang Yuan returned to the southern border alone and arrived at the nameless mountain peak. Blazing Heaven Demonis was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She told Fang Yuan in her letter that she was busy refining goo and setting up a goo immortal formation. She could not leave. However, she would definitely make a move when necessary. Meanwhile, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in northern plains, using Luo Pa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their soul foundation. They also had a strong interest in immortal goo houses, but the aura of northern plains goo immortals made it difficult for them to travel in southern border. Fang Yuan's visit this time was mainly to gather more information. Even though he was a northern plains immortal with the concealment of vaguely familiar face, ordinary goo immortals could not recognize him. On the nameless mountain peak, the phantom would reappear every once in a while. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times. He pondered for a while before trying to get close to the nameless mountain peak. Sure enough, like what Blazing Heaven Demonis said in her letter, this place had become a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the weaker his limbs became. His immortal aperture seemed to be pushed away by a formless pressure. Fang Yuan had to stop. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be completely destroyed in 50 to 60 steps. Of course not. He was still hoping that his strength path immortal aperture could turn into a life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could only retreat. At this time, a tender laughter could be heard from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He turned around to look. He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bun. Her skin was tender like snow. Her eyes were like spring water. She was standing not far away, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with goo immortal aura. She was a rank 6 goo immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Meihua. People call me Granny Meihua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating. Fang Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Meihua. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen Granny Meihua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female, Goo Master, Hu Mei'er. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a Goo immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a green robe. His sleeves were wide and large. When the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Fang Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 goo immortal. He was tall and thin. He looked like a middle-aged man. He had a tall nose bridge. His eyes were long and thin. His pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting yin energy. He was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So, it is Granny Meihua. I have long heard of your name. I am Sheng Ying. I am just a villager. Fang Yuan replied. Sheng Ying. Li Meihua engraved this name in her heart. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons, and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves. They were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals were attracted. They showed up one after another. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Sheng Ying, was just one of them. These days, the Gu immortals that Li Meihua contacted were mostly similar to Fang Yuan. Li Meihua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. She was very enthusiastic. This made Fang Yuan feel suspicious. Fang Yuan was about to speak, but Li Meihua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Meihua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Meihua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic paths and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously. Some had dark or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no Gu immortals talked to Fang Yuan yet. But Granny Meihua was quite popular. The moment she landed, someone laughed. "Li Meihua, you brought another one." "Ha ha." This time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Meihua made a huge contribution. "Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much. I was only doing my best." Li Meihua smiled as she greeted everyone, talking to them. She handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. "Let me introduce. This brother is Sheng Ying. He is a lone immortal." After dealing with them, Li Meihua did not forget to introduce Fang Yuan. "So it is Brother Sheng." Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. "I am Zhong Hezi. I see that you cultivate transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong. I am also a lone cultivator." Fang Yuan showed an unsociable expression. He was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Meihua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to go to the Nameless Mountain to guard it. Before leaving, she pointed at a mountain in front of her, saying to Fang Yuan, "That Pinetail Mountain is the camp of the righteous path Gu immortals." Actually, even without her guidance, the Gu immortal aura coming from the opposite mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After parting with Li Meihua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out much. He spent most of his time in a cave. After all, Fang Yuan was in disguise. Vaguely familiar face was not invincible. He waited patiently for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pinetail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals of both the righteous and demonic path. Most of them were rank 6. Every rank 7 Gu immortals' arrival would cause a commotion. Eventually, even 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 righteous path. It was a balanced situation. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not show up. The Gu immortals of both sides chose 1 person each day to carry out a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and 7 nights, the negotiation finally succeeded. Dozens of Gu immortals of both righteous and demonic paths made an agreement. They surrounded the Nameless Mountain and engaged in a huge gamble that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chapter 969. At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, immortal zombie Bo Qing looked at Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun emotionlessly. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun's hearts almost stopped beating. The immense pressure caused them to break out in cold sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he suffered a tribulation and became an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was completely destroyed. he still had enough rank 8 immortal essence, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Hence, his combat strength was terrifying. The most important thing was the Dao marks. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would have. Using the same immortal Gu with different Dao marks amplifying the immortal Gu's power, the effect would be completely different. That Qin Baishang was a soul path Gu Immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a trace of sword path Dao marks on him, but when using 5-finger fist heart sword, he was able to fight Jiu Gu without losing. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged, together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks. He displayed unparalleled offensive strength. He was almost as powerful as he was when he was alive. So, by Song Shui, 7-star child, and the others had no way to resist. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. The higher the Gu Immortals' rank, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. When a rank 7 fought against a rank 6, it could even be a draw under certain circumstances. When a rank 8 fought against a rank 7, the majority of the time, it would be a crushing defeat. A rank 9 beating a rank 8 was as simple as an adult stepping on an ant. Against immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing, and Yu Mu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to lose my life here today? What should we do? What should we do? Yu Mu Chun and Song Zixing's limbs were cold. Countless thoughts flashed in their minds. In the current situation, the two of them had no hope at all. Bo Qing raised a finger and pointed at Song Zixing. A tiny sword light flashed and disappeared. Song Zixing didn't even try to escape. He smiled bitterly as he welcomed his death, because he knew that in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing, the word escape was meaningless. Bo Qing pointed at Yu Mu Chun. No, I am unresigned. I cannot die. Yu Mu Chun shouted. At the moment of life and death, he took out an immortal Gu. He held it in his hand. Immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped moving. A look of struggle quickly appeared on his face. Yu Mu Chun's heart was beating like a drum. He nervously watched Bo Qing's expression change. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression was emotionless at times. Sometimes he was confused, sometimes he was miserable, sometimes he was sorrowful, and sometimes he was resentful. It was as if he was looking at a lantern on horseback, changing rapidly. Finally, his face became lively, and his eyes became lively. It was as if a person with dementia had suddenly regained consciousness. He looked at his hand, and then at the miserable and bloody bottom of the river. Finally, he looked at Yu Mu Chun and asked hesitantly, "You are—" Yu Mu Chun was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to collapse. He answered weakly, "You are finally awake. Mo Yao. Looks like I made the right bet. So close, so close." So the remnant soul in immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yu Mu Chun's immortal Gu awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul, causing Providence to fill the immortal zombie's mind. He was expelled. Without Providence's control, immortal zombie Bo Qing naturally stopped. Yu Mu Chun breathed heavily, continuing, "Do you remember our conversation back then? If you want Bo Qing to revive, Bo Qing." Hearing the name of the person she loved deeply, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She controlled her immortal zombie body and nodded, interrupting Yu Mu Chun's words. "Then what should I do now?" Yu Mu Chun looked at 7-star child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were alive, with the combined strength of Yu Mu Chun and the other two immortals, they would be able to use an immortal killer move to teleport the immortals to Central Continent's northeast region. That place was under Heavenly Lotus Sect's control. But now, 7-star child Song Zixing was dead. Yu Mu Chun could only settle for the next best thing. He gave up on attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect and turned to combat Immortal Sect. I hope I can stall them. Yu Mu-chun looked towards the direction of Celestial Court, feeling very worried. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was ashen. He was filled with anger. He looked at the painting of Yu Mu-chun working together with Immortal Zombie Bo Qing to attack, combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He could no longer watch. Even though he was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, combat Immortal Sect was also a lower sect of Celestial Court. Right now, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had awakened, combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lien Jiusheng and Bai Chun Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui is dead. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go! The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment, but soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at combat Immortal Sect's headquarters at the next moment. Looking at the northwest direction, one could only see a majestic sword light flying over in the clear sky. A super battle of rank 8s was right in front of them. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was 800 meters tall. Light path Gu worms were produced on the mountain. It was famous in the whole of southern border. For 1,000 years, this mountain had been controlled by one force, Shao Clan. It was said that southern borders Shao Clan and western deserts Shao Clan had the same origin. 1,000 years ago, western deserts Shao Clan had internal strife. The losing side wandered to southern border in dire straits. Southern borders Shao Clan was once a super force. But the last Gu Immortal, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder, had not appeared for 100 years, causing Shao Clan to fall from a super force to a first-rate force. Shao Clan's current clan leader, Shao Shan, was standing on a slope looking at Shao Clan's main village at the waist of the mountain. His eyes were filled with disappointment and hatred. A figure swiftly rushed over from the mountain path and landed beside Shao Shan. Immediately, he knelt on the ground. Xiao Zifeng greets the clan head. Is that Wu Hui still causing trouble? Xiao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder, Xiao. Zifeng lowered his head. Reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still shouting in the hall. He wants us to hand over the culprit who killed his son. The other clan elders are already controlling the situation. Clan leader, don't worry. Xiao Shan snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Wu Hui's son clearly had ill intentions and wanted to harm Xiao Chue heir. My daughter was only defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu clan to cause trouble in our Xiao clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, bear with it for now. Wu Hui alone is not a threat, but Wu clan is too powerful. We cannot resist them. Xiao Zifeng quickly persuaded. Xiao Shan's fists clenched before relaxing. He sighed deeply. His face was filled with fatigue and bitterness. He waved his hand at Xiao Zifeng. All right, I will hide in this back mountain for a while. Xiao Zifeng took his leave, his figure vanishing into the forest. Xiao Shan sighed at the sky again. The depression and anger in his heart could not be alleviated. Right at this time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Xiao Shan was uncertain. This voice came again. Come here, my descendant. This voice made Xiao Shan feel a sense of familiarity. He followed the voice's guidance and slowly entered the back mountain, arriving at Xiao Clan's forbidden area. This is Xiao Clan's forbidden area. Even if I am Xiao Clan's leader, I have no right to enter. Xiao Shan stopped, feeling extremely troubled. That voice resounded in his heart again. My descendant, you have my bloodline. What made you so cowardly? I am Shao Clan's ancestor. A Gu immortal of Shao Clan. Quickly come here and obtain my inheritance. The important task of revitalizing the clan is on you. Shao Shan's eyes brightened. His body trembled in excitement. Gu immortal. Shao Clan's ancestor. Don't tell me the rumors are true? My Shao Clan really had a Gu immortal? This voice, let me feel it, is so intimate. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. In this world, other than Gu immortals, who can transmit their voices to me. But this is the clan's forbidden area. Any clansman who enters this place will be expelled from the clan. Even I, the clan leader, am no exception. Shao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists. He was struggling internally. No, I must obtain my ancestors' inheritance. If Wu Hui continues to cause trouble, my Shao clan will lose a lot of face. Once Wu clan supports Wu Hui, can I still protect my daughter? According to rumors, Wu clan is so powerful because they have Wu clan's Gu immortals behind them. If I can obtain the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to revive Shao clan's reputation and change everything. Shao Shan had a resolute expression on his face. He no longer hesitated, walking towards the back mountain's forbidden area. Following the voice's guidance, he came to a cave. Inside the cave, he saw an immortal Gu. Before he could react, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is suppressing me so much that I cannot move. Is this the legendary immortal Gu? Shao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. He could not find it, no matter how he searched. And at this time, the voice in his heart stopped. Shao Shan walked out of the back mountain's forbidden area with apprehension and suspicion. Brother, now that Wu clan's elders are here to cause trouble, as the clan leader, you actually violated the clan's rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to take on the responsibility of clan leader. Shao Meng suddenly appeared with a large group of Shao clan elders behind him. Shao Shan shouted in alarm. He already knew that this younger brother of his had huge ambitions. He had been scheming for the position of clan leader. It is not what you think. Shao Shan wanted to explain, but he could not do so. This matter concerned a Gu immortal inheritance. He did not dare to speak casually. He was afraid that other forces' experts would snatch it. Your explanation is just a cover-up. According to the clan's rules, you are no longer a member of Shao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Shao Meng shouted. His expression was ruthless and furious. Excitement and ambition were hidden deep in his eyes. Chapter 970. The sword light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. However, the Heaven Lake, where the Heavenly Lotus sect was located, was still far away in the sky. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing and Yumu Chun, immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, frowned, his eyes releasing sword light as he scanned the surroundings. The sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it went, ripples would appear in the air. The illusion would be broken, and the real scene would be revealed. But after a breath, the real scene was covered by layers of illusions. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. It has great achievement in Illusion Path. It was created by illusion demon Immortal Huang Shao 300 years ago. Yumu Chun immediately explained. Immortal zombie Bo Qing nodded, sighing with emotion. Each generation brings forth new talents. After my body perished, it seems that many geniuses have emerged in Zhongzhou state. Yumu Chun continued. Illusory demon Immortal died long ago. This immortal Gu house can trap us and confuse us. Only now did we realize that the person controlling it has an extremely high cultivation. As he spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Chen Tian and Lien Jiusheng appeared. Escaping fate is already a grave sin. Now, you still want to attack the celestial court's lower sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord sternly reprimanded. Noisy, immortal zombie Bo Ching was furious. He swept his arm, and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord by Chun Tian and Lien Jiusheng shouted together as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals of the Celestial Court. Its power was greatly reduced, but it still attacked the three immortals. The three immortals disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attack. Coward! Immortal zombie Bo Ching snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Yu Mu Chun's eyes flashed. He sighed in relief. The three immortals of the Celestial Court personally controlled the immortal Goo House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of three rank 8s. Finally, Bo Ching and Yu Mu Chun were trapped inside. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, nameless mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 explosions and light bloomed. Xiao Mang was sent flying. As his body flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! A muffled sound. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by the elders behind him with great difficulty. Defeated, Xiao Mang's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and used a gaze that was filled with hatred and fury to stare intently at Xiao Shan on the mountain peak. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path Gu masters. They were both rank 5 experts. One was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. A few days ago, Xiao Shan stepped into the forbidden area behind the Radiance Mountain. Those who violated the rules of the Xiao clan would be severely punished. Xiao Mang seized the opportunity to seize power and kill Xiao Shan. As Xiao Shan fled, Xiao Mang gathered the elders and chased after him. Chasing to this nameless mountain peak, Xiao Shan had nowhere to go and was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Mang, 2 demonic path Gu immortals descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Mang failed. His heart was filled with anger. He struggled to break free from the support of the clan elders, stood up, and shouted loudly, "Xiao Shan, you really have ulterior motives." As a righteous path clan leader, he actually colluded with demonic path Gu masters. Xiao Shan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with bitterness and anger. "I really misjudged you. For the sake of power, you actually tried to kill me. You are actually so ruthless. It is laughable that I have always treated you as my only relative in this world. You can distort the truth, but I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Lord Xiao Mang, the enemy is too strong. We should retreat first." "That's right, there is still time." Although Xiao Shan is heavily injured and on the verge of death, the 2 rank 5 demonic path Gu masters behind him are in good condition. The elders behind him tried to persuade him in a low voice. "Humph!" Xiao Mang spat out a small mouthful of blood, saying in disdain, "These 2 are also stray dogs, although their cultivation is high. They do not have many Gu worms. What is there to be afraid of?" But even though he said that, Xiao Mang knew that he could no longer kill his brother Xiao Shan in this situation. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, thinking inwardly, "Now that I have the upper hand, I am righteous. I should not fight to the death. I can inherit the clan leader position after returning to Radiance Mountain. At that time, I will use my identity as a righteous path member to issue a bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is alone and is wanted by the righteous path. He can only flee for his life. His battle strength will definitely fall. And I will wait for him to exhaust himself and kill him in the future. That is the wiser choice." Thinking of this, Xiao Mang no longer tried to be brave. "Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will definitely die a horrible death. I will let you off for now. Just wait. I will definitely take care of you in the future. Let's go." After saying these ruthless words, Xiao Mang led the elders and carefully retreated. Although he was injured, his battle strength was still outstanding. The two demonic path Gu masters lacked Gu worms. They did not dare to chase blindly and let them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Pang, who, seeing Xiao Mang leave, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. That short and skinny rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xingxing. He placed his hand on Xiao Shan's shoulder and activated a healing Gu worm. Don't reminisce, quickly heal Brother Zhao's injuries. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of the 2 Gu masters. Xiao Shan had a defeated expression as he sighed deeply. This time, it was all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I would have lost my life here. But this brother of mine is ruthless. He will definitely make a comeback. He will not rest until he kills me. I can heal my injuries myself. Leave quickly. I don't want to implicate you too. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Back then I was saved by Brother Xiao. My life was originally Brother Xiao's to begin with. That's right. Back then, I took revenge and slaughtered my enemy's entire family, but was captured by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, after you heard my story, you released me that night. I will always remember this kindness. Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing said in a sincere and passionate tone. The two of us won't leave. Xiao Mang can come if he wants. I will accompany him to the end. Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing had a resolute attitude. Xiao Shan was greatly moved. His eyes were wet with tears. Sigh, I have seen through it all these years. Who says demonic path Gu masters are fickle and heartless? On the contrary, hypocrites are everywhere in the righteous path. Big Brother Xiao is absolutely right. We of the demonic path have many true natures, and the righteous path has tried every possible way to kill us. Big Brother, since the righteous path cannot tolerate you, let us travel together from now on. I want to make a name for myself in the demonic Tao. Sun Penghu said, heroically. Xiao Shan fell into silence. Deep in his bones, he still believed in the righteous path and did not want to enter the demonic path. He knew that he had an immortal Gu on him. He still wanted to rebuild Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing observed his expression. Big Brother, you might not understand. When they heard that you were banished by your family and that you were being hunted down by those treacherous villains, many heroes of the underworld rushed over to help you. Big Brother, all these years to help the needy, saving people from fire and water, regardless of the difference in status. Everyone is willing to save you and work for you. Xiao Shan shook his head and did not speak. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of his heart again. Foolish child! Why was there a need to rigidly adhere to the distinction between righteous and evil? Since you inherited my immortal Gu, you have the ability to create Xiao clan and lead the clan to glory. Now, I will give you a test. Listen carefully. Xiao Shan was excited. He listened attentively. The voice in his heart told him that only by passing this test could he truly inherit the immortal Gu and obtain the method to become a Gu immortal. On this mountain, we will gather Gu masters and create a village. We will fight against any invading righteous path enemies. As long as I can last 100 days, I will pass the test and obtain the immortal Gu, becoming a Gu immortal. Xiao Shan's excitement was indescribable. His fists were clenched. His eyes were shining. Good, then let's go all out. Let's show these so-called righteous path people our power. Xiao Shan suddenly spoke with excitement. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing were overjoyed. After chatting for a while, the two sides were in love and chatted merrily. Xiao Shan saw that the time was ripe and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing slapped their thighs. This was wonderful. Immediately, they chopped off the chicken's head, drank the blood wine, and used the letter Gu to swear after becoming sworn brothers, Xiao Shan's face regained some color. He stood up and faced the mountain winds, looking into the distance. He sighed. Yesterday's righteous path, Xiao Shan, is already dead. Today, the one standing here is the demonic path, Xiao Shan. This place is fated with me. It is heaven's arrangement that allowed me to meet you two brothers here. I want to create a brand new village on this mountain. I welcome any demonic path Gu masters to join us. Let's discuss our grand plan and unite to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Pang, whose face was flushed with excitement, he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Brother, you are truly worthy of being called the most righteous hero, Xiao. Such a grand plan." Zhou Xingxing spat out a mouthful of saliva. Ruthlessness flashed on his face. "Damn it! I have been hunted down by the righteous path all these years. I have been on the run for my life. I have been very unhappy. Brother, I will definitely support you. Let's do this." "Good brother." Xiao Shan stretched out his hands, grabbing Sun Pang, and Zhou Xingxing's arms. After pondering for a while, he said, "The demonic path is suspicious. To accomplish this, we need to put down our prejudices and suspicions. We need to trust others and follow the code of brotherhood. I have already thought of it. The village we will create will be called Etian Village. This mountain will be called Etian Mountain." Far away, Fang Yuan saw this and sighed faintly. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Etian Mountain. The first time he saw this mountain, he had already recognized it, but he had not expected the true cause of the battle of Etian Mountain in his previous life to be like this. "In my previous life, my level was too low, my vision was limited to the mortal world. There were layers and layers of history behind the scenes who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life." Fang Yuan was very curious about this. His gaze swept downwards, piercing through the soil and inspecting the immortal Gu House deep underground. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. The forbidden zone for immortals was its power leaking out. Evidently, it had the essence of food path. The Gu worms that formed the immortal Gu House were all well fed and in good condition. As for that rank 8 immortal zombie, although he had the great strength true martial physique, he mainly cultivated wisdom path. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed. He used some killer move and attempted to refine the immortal Gu House with his battle will. He did not succeed. His soul had completely perished, leaving behind only an empty shell. But he did not fail completely. He had left behind a large amount of battle will in the immortal Gu House. This battle will had already been purified by the immortal Gu House, becoming unowned pure battle will. When a battle occurs on Etian Mountain, the Gu Master's battle will and the immortal Gu House's battle will resonate. The pure battle will would gradually transform into the Gu Master's personal battle will. If one person could transform the battle will in these immortal Gu Houses into their own battle will, then they would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then. That was to refine the immortal Gu House and become its true owner. The duel that Southern Borders Gu immortals agreed upon revolved around this point. Firstly, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000. Li Gu immortals could not take action personally. They could only choose mortals as their representatives. Next, they had to form a battlefield. Only through continuous, intense battles could the mortal Gu Master's battle will be incessantly stimulated. Next, a simple wisdom path trick was done on the mortal Gu Masters. Finally, after the pure battle will in the immortal Gu House was infected, it would turn into the Gu Immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the Gu Immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the Gu Immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic duel stage. Xiao Shan was the person chosen by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. He not only had Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's immortal Gu, he also had immortal essence and a large amount of Shao clan's supreme elder's battle will. But Shao Shan was a mere mortal. He could only see the phantom image of an immortal Gu. He simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Shao Shan, Shao Mang was also a pawn of Shao clan's supreme elder. If not for Shao clan's supreme elder's arrangement, how could Shao Mang coincidentally find out about Shao Shan entering the forbidden area? Chapter 971. After Shao Shan repelled Shao clan's pursuers and named this peak Etian Mountain, he began to invite demonic cultivators and recruit soldiers. Before he was expelled from his family, he was known as supremely righteous and had a wide network of contacts. He was popular on both the righteous and demonic paths. Shao Shan's personality was straightforward, he was clear about gratitude and grudges, and he valued relationships. On the other hand, the Shao clan was weak and was being suppressed by the Wu clan and other factions. They had to strike from both sides. After all, sometimes demonic Gu masters could not be offended, especially those rank 4 or 5 lone wolves. These devil path experts were different from the righteous path experts. The demonic Dao powerhouses were lone wolves and acted without scruples. Righteous experts, on the other hand, had morals, family, reputation, and other restraints. All these years, in order to strengthen the Shao clan had established the Shao clan's caravan. Towards these demonic path powerhouses that roamed the world, they were even more careful than other families. These last years, Shao Shan had let these demonic path Gu masters go when he could, roped them in when he could, and killed them when he could. Sometimes he even helped some lone cultivators or demonic Gu masters. Thus, although he was a righteous path tribe leader, he was acknowledged by many Gu masters in the demonic path. All of this resulted in Shao Shan's extremely powerful rallying power. When he decided to build a stronghold and the news spread, it immediately received many responses. Several days later, several demonic Dao experts, travel-worn, took the initiative to come to him. In addition, Southern Border's Gu immortals were secretly adding fuel to the fire, inserting their own chess pieces into this battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path Gu masters and lone cultivator Gu masters joined Etian village. After only 6 or 7 days, there were already more than 30 members in Etian stronghold. This kind of growth speed caused even Shao Shan himself to be secretly shocked and greatly surprised. Once there were more people, an organization would be formed. Any kind of organization. There had to be a difference in status. In the world of Gu masters, the strong were revered. Among everyone, Shao Shan was not only the strongest. Moreover, his prestige was the highest, and he was publicly elected as the chief of Etian stronghold. He sat firmly on the first seat. As for the other two, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing sat second and third, respectively. After all, they were rank 5 experts. They were the strongest. As for the latecomers, most of them were rank 2 or 3, with very few being rank 4. They were arranged according to their cultivation and strength. In a cave, Fang Yuan was drinking with a Gu immortal. This rank 6 demonic path Gu immortal. He was short, but his head was huge. He was an old man, and people called him Gualao. "Come, Brother Sheng-ying, have a taste. How does my melon wine taste?" Gualao enthusiastically urged. Fang Yuan knew the purpose of Gualao's visit, so he calmly took a sip, nodded, and commented, "Not bad, not bad." Although Fang Yuan said yes, his expression was calm. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. Old Gua observed his expression. He chuckled, pointing outside the cave. "I wonder what Brother Sheng-ying thinks about the Southern Border gamble." Fang Yuan said calmly, "This matter concerns the ownership of the graceful chaotic duel stage. No one will give way. Since everyone has participated in the bet, made a bet, and invested a huge amount of money, there shouldn't be any trouble. In the past, It had always been the righteous path suppressing the demonic path. Be it mortal goo masters. It was still the goo immortal world. But this time, it was an exception. An immortal goo house had appeared. Southern Border's goo immortal world was in an uproar. In order to compete for the immortal goo house, demonic immortals and lone immortals rushed out. Because of this, the righteous path had no choice but to compromise and set this huge bet. The content of the bet was to choose mortal chess pieces to participate in the righteous and demonic battle on Etion Mountain, and help the goo immortals behind the scenes to refine the immortal goo house. But to participate in this huge bet, there were prerequisites. Any goo immortal who wanted to participate in this bet had to place a bet. Whoever placed more bets and arranged a chess piece with a higher cultivation level would be able to join the gambling house earlier. Eventually, this huge bet ended, and all the bets had to be divided again. According to the amount of battle, will each goo immortal refined into the immortal goo house, they would be ranked. Whoever had more battle will in the immortal goo house would obtain more bets. Of course, the winner who refined more than 50% of the battle will and could activate the immortal goo house would obtain the most bets. But other goo immortals could also have some meat soup. They could even win big with a small amount and obtain a huge fortune. This rule could be said to be the work of a god. Precisely because of this, all the goo immortals participating in the bet, be they righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity with each other or not, they subconsciously joined forces to maintain this matchless bet. If anyone tried any tricks or went back on their word, their bets would be confiscated. Later goo immortals could also join, but they had to participate in this duel. And as the duel progressed, goo immortals could continue to raise their bets. And demonic immortal Gua Lao, who was in front of Fang Yuan, was someone who wanted to raise his bets. But he did not have any funds on hand. These last days, he had been borrowing money everywhere. Everyone knew about it. This time, he specially looked for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent. Gua Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention this duel. Fang Yuan had only casually evaluated, but Gua Lao squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up, laughing exaggeratedly at Fang Yuan. Brother Xingying, you are right. You are absolutely right. You have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this duel are greater than the heavens. If anyone breaks the rules, they will become enemies with the whole of Southern Border's goo immortal world. So if you want to earn some money, you have to participate in the duel. Look at the current situation. Even though the duel has just started, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder is in the lead. Xiao Shan is his chess piece. In the battle between Xiao Shan and Xiao Meng, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder has already become the first person to convert his battle will in an immortal goo house. As long as Xiao Shan does not die, his advantage will continue to grow. Fang Yuan glanced at Gua Lao. Xiao Shan is a rank 5 goo master and is the first to enter the casino. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 goo immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Gua Lao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. That's right, the earlier the chess piece enters Etion Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4. Otherwise, if he dies inside, it would be a huge loss. Brother Xingying, I won't hide it from you. I want to use myself as a gambling stake, but I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xingying, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled. Sure. Gua Lao was overjoyed. He was about to thank him when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Gua Lao quickly nodded. Fang Yuan added, we also need to use immortal goo as collateral. The joy on Gua Lao's face froze. Brother Xingying, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal goo, why would I need to scheme for this immortal goo house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold. His eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, "Gua Lao, you don't even have an immortal goo, yet you want to scheme for an immortal goo house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical? Your appetite is too big." "Sheng Ying, you—" Gua Lao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal goo aura on Fang Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal goo. Gua Lao's heart sank. Many rank 6 goo immortals did not have an immortal goo, but Fang Yuan had one. This was out of Gua Lao's expectations. In his opinion, any goo immortal with an immortal goo, they would more or less have some fame. But Sheng Ying clearly did not. He thought of Fang Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Fang Yuan had an immortal goo. This made Gua Lao wary. First, with an immortal goo, their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Sheng Ying, who had an immortal goo, was not someone Gua Lao could deal with. So he could not flare up. He laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. "I was rude. Please don't blame me, Brother Sheng Ying." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "You can leave now." I'm leaving. Goodbye." Gua Lao smiled and took a few steps back before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart. "Humph! Having an immortal goo is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal goo, I will definitely return everything I got today to you." Inside the cave, Fang Yuan pondered. Gua Lao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level goo immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal goo, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go, but when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight? The current gambling house gave these goo immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances, like finding a wild immortal goo immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level goo immortals without immortal goo would have low battle strength. How could they be the match of other goo immortals? But this gambling house did not test the goo immortals' own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level goo immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Gua Lao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. According to reports, this rank 7 righteous path goo immortal was facing huge trouble. He had barely passed the previous tribulation. His strength had not recovered yet. And the next tribulation would be even more powerful. It was just around the corner. He was the only goo immortal left in Shao Clan. Without the support of the clan's goo immortals, he would not be able to survive alone. He would die for sure. However, this battle had given him hope of survival. If he had an immortal goo house, he would have a high chance of surviving this tribulation. Therefore, this time, he emptied his bank account and staked it all on a single throw to place the biggest bet. These stakes gave him the qualifications to choose 2 chess pieces. Moreover, these 2 chess pieces had rank 5 cultivation level. Xiao Shan was the first to enter the gambling house. Xiao Meng, on the other hand, had to wait for some time before he could enter. Xiao Shan was of the demonic path, while Xiao Meng was of the righteous path. Regardless of the outcome of the demonic and righteous battle, Shao Clan's supreme elder had made ample preparations. The 2 rank 5 chess pieces had little chance of dying. As time passed, Shao Clan's supreme elder's advantage would become greater. This time, I purposely leaked the aura of an immortal goo. It is enough to make other goo immortals wary. They will not think that I am weak. I need to participate in this gambling house properly. The information leaked in the gambling house is extremely precious. It is the best chance for me to interact with Southern Border's Gu Immortal world and understand the structure of Southern Border's Gu Immortal forces. As for this gambling house, maybe I can participate personally. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Chapter 972. The Forbidden Zone for Immortals was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This region covered the surrounding thousands of li of Etion Mountain. Any Gu Immortal who entered would be greatly suppressed. If they went too deep, their lives would be in danger. Before the bet was made, Southern Border's Gu Immortals had probed it. But even rank 8 Gu Immortals had to return empty-handed. In addition, due to the external pressure from the competitors, this unprecedented bet was formed. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this forbidden zone for immortals had a loophole. This loophole was Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but their power would be greatly reduced. Shao Clan's supreme elder had placed an immortal Gu in Shao Shan's body and secretly left behind immortal essence to protect Shao Shan's life to a certain extent. After all, Shao Shan was a descendant of Shao Clan's supreme elder. Immortal Gu can be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but Gu Immortals cannot enter. Does this mean that this forbidden zone only targets Gu Immortals themselves? Fang Yuan had this guess in his mind. Then, what was the main difference between Immortal Gu and Gu Immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the key. Immortal Gu were carriers of Dao marks. Gu Immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan naturally thought of immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal Gu did not have immortal apertures, but Gu Immortals definitely had immortal apertures. If the Forbidden Zone targeted immortal apertures, maybe Fang Yuan could use this loophole to participate in the Battle of Etion Mountain. I am different from others. I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the first mortal aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the second immortal aperture. If I can seal the immortal aperture, if I become a mortal rank 5 Gu Master again, would I be able to enter the Forbidden Zone for immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt there was hope. He did not have the method to seal the immortal aperture, but he had Wisdom Gu and Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Attainment level. He could completely deduce it himself. Moreover, I also have the method to relocate immortal apertures and successfully moved star form blessed land. This is a great reference for my deductions. Right, there is also blazing heaven demoness fire path aperture taking method. Maybe I can gain more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. Because of old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, she created this fire path aperture taking technique. I might be able to obtain some of old Immortal Kong Ju's research results from her. Fang Yuan's thoughts became more active. Old Immortal Kong Ju. He was publicly recognized as a refinement path supreme grandmaster, on par with long-hair ancestor and old eccentric Tian Nan. He had the deepest understanding of immortal apertures and apertures. Until now, no one had surpassed him. If Fang Yuan could obtain some of his inheritances, it would definitely be of great help in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. Fang Yuan Gu, Immortal Sect, Gu Sect. According to the standard of the wager, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master had to wait 3 months before he could step onto the stage of Etion Mountain. He had many immortal materials in his possession. He had a lot of capital, so he could definitely increase the stakes. However, he was a newcomer after all, and if he acted rashly, he would definitely die. If he attracted the attention of other Gu Immortals, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked Fang Yuan, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, they could increase the stakes as they wished during the bet. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Other than that, the graceful chaotic dual stage also made his heart beat faster. After all, this was an immortal goo house. And this immortal goo house contained the secret of food path. After so many years, not a single goo worm had starved to death. If he could obtain the secrets of food path from it, he might be able to resolve the problem of feeding Fang Yuan's immortal goo. It was a great help. Fang Yuan quietly left the vicinity of Yitian Mountain and used fixed immortal travel. He secretly returned to immortal blessed land. In the following period of time, he paid close attention to the Battle of Yitian Mountain. On the other hand, he was actively deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. The deduction method progressed rapidly. Wisdom goo was worthy of being a rank 9 immortal goo. Even if Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, it would be of great help. Over a month later, the righteous and demonic battle of Yitian Mountain had already swept through Southern Border's mortal world. Practically all the major powers and experts of the Southern Border had their attention drawn by this great battle. After Xiao Shan created Yitian Village, it attracted the first wave of righteous path attacks. These were the experts sent by Wu Clan, the super force closest to Yitian Mountain. Wu Shintong, Wu Clan Elder, rank 4 peak stage, Enslavement Path Goo Master. Enslavement Path Goo Masters specialized in fighting one against many. They were most afraid of beheading the leader. Thus, Wu Shintong had 3 rank 4 Goo Masters with him to protect his life. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Goo Masters were clan leaders of clans that were under Wu Clan. The last one was Wu Clan Elder, his personal guard, Wu Shintong. The beast group attacked Yitian Mountain like a tidal wave. The newly created Yitian village of the demonic path was drowned by the beast group. Many demonic path Goo Masters died, but with the attacks of Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu, and Zhou Xingxing, 3 rank 5 Goo Masters, Wu Shintong was forced to retreat with heavy injuries, while 2 rank 4 righteous path Goo Masters lost their lives. Although Wu Shintong's attack was repelled to the newly created Yitian village, it was a huge blow. If Wu Shintong did not die, Xiao Shan and the rest would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Just when the 3 of them decided to stake it all on this, risking their heavy injuries to descend the mountain and kill Wu Shintong, a demonic path Goo Master came up the mountain. Moreover, he brought Wu Shintong's severed head. This person was called Lu Zuanfeng. He was also a rank 5 Goo Master and was known as the #1 divine thief in Southern Border. He had a demonic path Goo immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai Clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuanfeng relied on his elusive stealth methods to kill Wu Shintong and resolve Yitian Stronghold's crisis. The first wave of righteous path attacks crumbled completely. Wu Clan was not resigned to this. They quickly sent a second elder to fight. And this time, they gathered 2 new elders of Shang Clan, Yen Tu and Zhu Kaibei. In the second battle between righteous and demonic, both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang went up the mountain together, joining Yitian Village. These 2 Goo Masters were not simple. They were Goo Masters of Southern Border. The famous Flying Master, Yitian Village, thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, the righteous path invited a female Goo Master, Hong Feiyu. She was also a Flying Master, but belonged to a righteous path force. But Hong Feiyu was alone. She could not resist the alliance of 2 demonic Flying Masters. At the moment of Hong Feiyu's life and death, Shang Clan's reinforcements arrived. It was White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang's aptitude rose through Shang Yanfei's guidance. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Feiyu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought 1 against 2. He fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, eventually stalling for time until the Righteous Path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern Border's 3 great flying masters became the 4 great flying masters, with Wei Yang at the head. Wei Yang's addition caused the righteous and demonic battle to fall into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King walked up Etian Mountain, the enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wu Shintong. They had no choice but to retreat. The second battle between righteous and demonic came to an end. It seems it is because of me. The Battle of Etian Mountain has also undergone some changes. Fang Yuan observed as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Etian Mountain should have had the upper hand at this stage. This was because Wang Xiao joined Etian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely fierce and even threatened Xiaoshan, attempting to seize the position of the leader of the demons. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. In this life, Etian Mountain did not have Wang Xiao and was almost suppressed by the righteous path. Fortunately, there was Second Zombie King. He appeared in advance and saved the demonic path's decline. Second Zombie King came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely a chess piece of a Southern Border immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master. He had once left behind an inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain and became an enslavement path Gu Master, Ding Hao. But in this life, Ding Hao was also killed by Fang Yuan. In the battle in my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save his master, Second Zombie King. Now, if Second Zombie King encounters a calamity, who will block it for him? Fang Yuan was curious about this. The Battle of Etian Mountain continued like wildfire, but Fang Yuan encountered difficulties in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. He was facing a bottleneck. He needed to use other methods to get past it. Otherwise, he would need 17 to 18 years to deduce it with his own efforts. Fang Yuan asked Blazing Heaven Demoness for help. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a portion of old immortal Kongju's inheritance. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get past this hurdle. But Blazing Heaven Demoness took the chance to ask for a higher price. She mentioned borrowing Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others naturally wanted a share. But Southern Border's Gu Immortals were working together to fight. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once they appeared, they would be ostracized and killed by Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border was the most xenophobic region. Eastern Sea was the least xenophobic, followed by Central Continent. Thus, He Lulan and the others wanted to interfere. They wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling. Borrowing an immortal killer move and borrowing an immortal Gu were 2 different concepts. Once an immortal killer move was borrowed, the secrets contained within would be known by other Gu Immortals. They would know the pros and cons of the move. They could easily think of ways to counter the immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had no choice but to compromise. He borrowed Vaguely Familiar Face and obtained a portion of old immortal Kongju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, he paid a huge price, but he also quickly obtained his rewards. After overcoming the bottleneck, the speed at which he deduced the dermic art sped up once again, and everything went smoothly. Chapter 973. Central Continent. Boom. Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion formed a majestic heat wave that spread out in all directions at an incomparably fast speed. In just a breath of time, the dense forest within 1,000 li was completely obliterated, turning into a barren land of sand. The 8 rank 8 Gu Immortals from Celestial Court gradually showed themselves. They formed a circle. All of them were heavily injured. They stared at the lonely figure standing at the center with solemn gazes. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was straight. He was proud like a spear. He slowly moved his pupils. A sword light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The 8 Gu immortals were shocked. 3 of them even subconsciously took a step back. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered many losses from this sword pupil, but the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes only flashed for a moment. Next, the light in his eyes completely vanished. He did not move. He was like a statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul in Bo Qing's body. The celestial court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. They had won this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-venerable, but he only had a corpse left. The remnant soul in his body was still Mo Yao's. The celestial court Gu immortals targeted this weakness. They used tactics to completely destroy Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Without the remnant soul, immortal zombie, Bo Qing showed no signs of movement. It has been a long time since I had such a shocking battle. Among the celestial court Gu immortals, someone sighed. Thankfully, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness. Otherwise, some of us would have died in this battle. It is a pity we did not leave any survivors. Take this immortal zombie body to Celestial Court and store it properly. I am going back to sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng used the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Bo Qing fought against 3 immortals. His sword path power was unparalleled. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court could not match him. They could only ask for reinforcements. 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals. He had no choice but to interrupt his slumber and descend to the mortal world to provide support. 8 Gu immortals formed the ancient battle formation. After a month, they finally killed Yu Mu Chun and destroyed Mo Yao's remnant soul. After the battle ended, the 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals returned to their headquarters and went back to sleep. Their lifespans. There weren't many left, so they had to be used wisely. Bai Chun Tian and Lian Jiusheng also wanted to leave. Their situation was much better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to take care of their descendants and sections. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Chun Tian and persuaded Lian Jiusheng to go to the source of falling heavenly river to search again. As for himself, he flew to the Celestial Court. We may have won this battle. I feel more and more uneasy, as if the end of the world is coming. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 Gu immortal frowned. He stepped into the tower and continued his calculations. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to move. In the past, he only needed to expend 1 bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, for some reason, the amount of immortal essence expended for each step increased by several times. Ever since I took control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What in the world is going on? An intense intuition told Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's matter. It was only the beginning. Behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand. It seems that someone is secretly obstructing my deductions. In that case, I have to succeed in my deductions even more and reach the top of the tower. I want to see who is it that escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb. His expression was firm and without the bewilderment from before. But after he climbed 100 steps, the walls started to turn pitch black. It was like the darkest ink had covered the entire wall. There were no images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it interfering with my deductions? And they can actually interfere with the rank 9 immortal goo house Heaven Overseeing Tower to such an extent. Time flowed forward at a constant pace. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was extremely tired and exhausted. The immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life was almost expended. He cast an expectant gaze at the last wall. Ever since the first black mural, he had not seen any other images. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew that Fate Immortal Goo's power was omnipresent and unstoppable. This final painting would definitely expose the culprit behind the scenes. When he reached the top, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His aged body trembled violently. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But different from before, there was a pair of bright eyes in the darkness. This was a pair of human eyes, but they were filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. He stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity, and when he charged out of the darkness, heaven and earth trembled in fear. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's body was drenched in cold sweat. He was trembling, and his teeth were chattering. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But there was still a trace of fear and panic on his face. Danger! A huge danger! If we do not stop it, Celestial Court will be destroyed because of this. Immortal zombie Bo Ching is just a layer of fog trying to block our eyes. We need to awaken all the Celestial Court Goo Immortals. This is a battle of life and death. Thinking of this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He left Heaven Overseeing Tower and charged towards floating Maple Cliff. On this floating Maple Cliff, there was a huge goo formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord activated the goo formation resolutely. A loud bell sound resounded in the whole of heaven. At the next moment, Celestial Court shook. At the same time, in southern border, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan had already changed his appearance. He sealed his immortal aperture and stepped onto Etion Mountain. Ever since he obtained a portion of blazing Heaven Demonis Kong Ju inheritance, Fang Yuan did not encounter any more obstacles in his deductions. He used the method of sealing his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sealed his immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Goo Master, officially stepping onto this stage. At this time, on Etion Mountain, the situation had changed greatly. Large numbers of Goo Masters joined the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path launched the third and fourth wave of attacks. Be it righteous or demonic, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King gathered many disciples. The zombie army was a huge headache for the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu worked together to suppress Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang. They had a slight advantage in the air. But behind the righteous path, there was Dr. Sheng Shou. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. He was extremely skilled in healing injuries. With him around, the righteous path Goo Masters suffered few losses. Many of the injured recovered quickly. They did not fear fighting head-on. Xiao Shan knew that if this went on, the righteous path's advantage would continue to grow. Thus he used a diversion tactic and charged down the mountain, starting the 5th battle between righteous and demonic. He, Sun Panghu, and Zhou Xingxing fought from the front, while secretly ordering Lu Xuanfeng to sneak attack the righteous path's rear, attempting to kill Dr. Sheng Shou. In the end, Dr. Sheng Shou was not killed. On the contrary, the righteous path's Shang Fu, she played along, setting up an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. Second Zombie King died. The demonic path's disadvantage rapidly increased. At this time, killer ghost Dr. Cho Jiu ascended Etion Mountain, suppressing Dr. Sheng Shou and salvaging the situation. Cho Jiu saved many demonic path Gu masters' lives, quickly rising to the third position. Lu Zhuanfeng was second, while Xiao Shan was still first. As for Sun Pang, Hu, and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been pushed to the fourth and fifth positions. Because of Cho Jiu's existence, the demonic path was recuperating and growing stronger. And because of the demonic path's rising star, Mo Wu Tian, they challenged him several times. Many righteous path experts were lost. Shang Clan sent Dr. Su Shou and Dr. Sheng Shou. Finally, they evened the gap caused by Cho Jiu. Phantom Path inheritor, Yan Clan's young clan leader, Yan Jun, the moment he appeared, he sneaked into Etion Mountain and killed Cho Jiu before leaving. The righteous path's morale was greatly boosted. They attacked again, starting the sixth righteous demonic battle. But they fell into the demonic path's trap. It turned out that Cho Jiu had remnant life Gu. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could revive. After Yan Jun killed him, he secretly revived, but pretended to be dead, luring the righteous path into the trap. In the sixth battle, Mo Wu Tian displayed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. Even Yan Jun lost to him, suffering heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, while the demonic path also suffered great losses. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and recuperated. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan ascended Etion Mountain and joined Etion Village. He pretended to be rank 3, and after joining, his position in Etion Village was not even above 100. The higher-ups arranged for him to guard the archery tower. Fang Yuan kept a low profile. He buried himself in his work and did not attract any attention. He waited patiently for 3 days, seeing that no Gu immortals appeared to stop him. He started to secretly convert the battle will in the immortal Gu house. There were already 600 demonic path Gu masters who joined Etion Village. Among these people, some were pawns of the Gu immortals, some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them. He was inconspicuous. He made a huge profit in silence, using his wisdom path grandmaster attainment level. He rapidly converted the battle will in the immortal Gu house. Other Gu immortals could only use their pawns to fight, indirectly converting the battle will. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight. He could continue to convert the battle will. After all, it was a Gu immortal's main body. It was extraordinary. Days passed. The righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After a few breaths, they recovered their stamina and fought again. The 7th battle between both sides ended in a draw again. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. On the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, southern border super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan, and others, their clan leaders also appeared and joined the battlefield. The battle between righteous and demonic became increasingly intense. It affected countless Gu masters and countless forces' attention. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a different scene. Righteous and demonic sides fought. It looked very lively, but the true manipulators were the southern border Gu immortals. These last days, the Gu immortals were also fighting. Although there was no official conflict, there were endless schemes and plots in the dark, colluding and deceiving each other. It was a feast for the eyes. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of information from them. His understanding of southern border's Gu immortal world increased rapidly. He converted a large amount of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage was like a bottomless pit. Another month passed. On this day, Old Man Inkstone and more than 10 Gu immortals secretly came to the surroundings of Etion Mountain. He breathed in deeply and said with a slightly trembling tone, "The Celestial Court has already found out and is making preparations for an expedition to southern border. Time waits for no one. We can start early." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 974. What's going on? At this moment, the southern border Goo immortals who were 10,000 li away from Etion Mountain raised their heads and looked at the sky. Even the mortal Goo masters on Etion Mountain felt an indescribable sense of fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. He could only hear a faint roar coming from the extremely high sky. After a few breaths of time, this rumbling became louder, as if hundreds of people were beating drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended Etion Mountain, he had been racing against time. He had been training hard and converting his battle will. But right now, the commotion in the sky was getting bigger. He had no choice but to stop his work and look up. 100,000 feet up in the sky, a series of white specks of light appeared. These specks of light were numerous and densely packed. They were descending towards Etion Mountain in a grandiose manner. "This is Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation." A Goo immortal cried out in shock. "No, Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 or so light pearls. But this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls." Why is there a tribulation? Many Goo immortals were baffled. Don't tell me someone is undergoing tribulation. Most Goo immortals immediately looked towards Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he raised his guard. Soon, he broke out in cold sweat as he felt a solid probing pressure sweeping through his body. Even though he had vaguely familiar face, this immortal killer move's core immortal Goo was only rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 Goo immortals, but against rank 7 and 8 Goo immortals, the risk of being exposed was too high. Fang Yuan was on tenterhooks, but the result made him let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered by the Goo immortals. They did not find him. The Goo immortals were surprised. They searched the surroundings of Etion Mountain, but did not find any rank 5 Goo masters undergoing tribulation. Just as they were about to continue searching, when they used stronger investigative methods, the Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation had already landed on the immortals. Just in case, don't let the tribulation affect Etion Mountain. That's right, let's attack together. We will block the tribulation. Some Goo immortals guessed, was this tribulation caused by graceful chaotic dual stage? The southern border Goo immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the bet, if a threat appears, the participating Goo immortals would have to resist together and protect their own interests. Although there were many thousand Pearl Light tribulations, there were many southern border Goo immortals here. Among them, there were 4 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s, and over 10 rank 6s. The immortals all attacked. Very quickly, the 1,000 Pearls Light Tribulation was destroyed. Not a single pearl fell to the ground. In fact, some Goo immortals even used methods to draw in layers of clouds to conceal the sky above Etion Mountain to prevent mortal Goo masters from sensing the abnormalities. He. Rank 8 lone immortal Peng Shi long stroked his beard as he smiled. No matter who it is to be able to undergo tribulation and ascend at this crucial moment, they will definitely be able to do so. Very thoughtful. Find this person. Everyone here is an elite Goo immortal of southern border. Are you afraid of not being able to find a mortal undergoing tribulation? Rank 7 Goo immortal Yi Qing Tang sneered. He was being used as a shield by others. This arrogant Goo immortal was very unhappy at being used as a tool to undergo tribulation. Whose descendant is the mortal undergoing the tribulation? Just say it. It won't look good if we find him. Goo immortal Wang Kai chuckled coldly. The immortals looked at each other for a while, but no one stood up. Rank 8 Goo immortal Ren Hai Yang's expression turned grim. He shouted coldly, "Insolent fool! You still want to hide it now. Do you think we are fools?" Pay attention. Another tribulation is descending. Suddenly, a Gu immortal reminded. The sky was dark. It was as if a giant had used a brush to smear a large patch of dense blue. The temperature fell. Frost energy spread everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless icicles spiraled rapidly like sharp blades, pouring down like a downpour. Yi Qing Tang's voice was solemn as he shouted, "Profound, dark, flying frost. Who is undergoing tribulation, it can actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes." Something is wrong. Even if it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the scale of this tribulation is too huge. It is far beyond the norm. It's coming. Block it. Rumble. Lightning shot out. Flames burned. All the frost was neutralized. Profound, dark flying frost was not just for show, it was one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many Gu immortals were injured. One Gu immortal, Guo Lao, was even heavily injured. He could not help but want to retreat. Strange. Is this because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? Is this why heaven sent this tribulation? No, I don't have any immortal Gu. I cannot stay here and endure the tribulation. I need to get out of this danger first. Thinking of this, Guo Lao turned into a beam of light and shot out. This guy runs really fast. Yi Qing Tang sneered, his hands behind his back, as he proudly floated in the air. Profound, dark, flying frost was strong, but it was not enough to embarrass him. But more rank 6 Gu immortals began to imitate Guo Lao. Most of these people were low-level Gu immortals. They did not have immortal Gu, and were basically injured. However, at the next moment, Guo Lao's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the Gu immortals. He was stunned. Why was he here? Soon after, more rank 6 Gu immortals were teleported back, appearing beside Guo Lao. There is an ambush. Someone has set up a giant space path Gu formation outside. Soon, a Gu immortal reacted and shouted. Rank 8 aura burst out. Peng Shilong's eyes shined with a sharp light as he looked around. Who has it come out? He. As Old Man Inkstone laughed sinisterly, more than 10 black-robed Gu immortals appeared and surrounded the southern border Gu immortals. Old Man Inkstone was at the back, pointing at the sky. Everyone, let me give you a warning. The third wave of tribulation has arrived. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black lion group flying in the sky. Desolate beast Qi Grand Lion. This kind of lion had Qi Path Dao marks and was born with the ability to fly. There were more than 6,000 Qi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Gu immortals' faces turned pale. Rank 8 Gu immortal Jiayi shouted, "Petty tricks! Get lost!" He waved his sleeves as intense winds howled in the world. Giant wind scythes appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They shot out in all directions. The lion group howled in pain as they were heavily injured by the wind scythes. Countless Qi Grand Lions died on the spot. The wind scythes tore their corpses into thousands of pieces, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. There were countless bones and minced meat mixed in it. Wild Wind Jiayi, you are truly awe-inspiring. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly, praising him. Jiayi, however, frowned. Most of the wind scythes he sent out were aimed at Old Man Inkstone. But the wind scythes were blocked by the Gu formation and dissipated, while the Gu formation only rippled and was not damaged. This showed that its defense was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are their intentions? Plotting against us. They are simply too daring. They don't want to live. You dare to oppose the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. The Gu immortals scolded angrily or were suspicious. Time did not allow them to wait for Shadow Sect's response. The heavenly tribulation arrived. Howl, a majestic dragon, roar, resounded in the world. A burning cloud covered an area of 10,000 li, pressing down from above. for blazing cloud tribulation. Someone recognized it. Someone shouted, "Be careful, I have passed this 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It has a total of 4 layers. Each layer is fiercer than the one before it. A fire path gu immortal, reminded. Block it. There is also the dragon roar. This is the dragon roar tribulation and 4 blazing cloud tribulation. 2 tribulations. Protect the surrounding gu immortals. Preserve our strength." The gu immortals shouted angrily, working together to undergo the tribulation. A normal 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It should only cover an area of 100 li. How can there be such a huge burning cloud? On Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan also looked in shock. Floating clouds could block the vision of mortal gu masters, but they could not block Fang Yuan's vision. He had a bad feeling. I seem to have stepped into a huge trap. These black-robed gu immortals. They seem to be very similar to the shadow sect gu immortals that He Lulan mentioned. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border gu immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is not a result of someone undergoing tribulation. It is their doing. With Old Man Inkstone at the lead, the Shadow Sect Immortals set up a giant gu formation, trapping all the southern border gu immortals. The southern border gu immortals wanted to escape and attack the gu formation, but to no avail. They could only endure the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the power of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, the rank 7 gu immortals could not hold on anymore. After another 3 waves, the rank 8 gu immortals also found it difficult to deal with them. Their expressions were unsightly. It was not that they did not try, but they all failed in front of the Shadow Sect gu formation. Block this wave of tribulations. Let me do it. Peng Shilong made up his mind, activating his trump card killer move. The aura was grand. Light waves spread out, but the Shadow Sect gu formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing. What gu formation is this? The southern border immortals saw this. Their hearts sank to rock bottom. They could not conceal their worries. The heavenly tribulations came one after another, the time between each one getting shorter and shorter. Different types of tribulations came one after another. It was like a torrential downpour, vast and endless. The gu immortals gradually attacked less and defended more. They lost the initiative. "Hold on," Jia Yi shouted. "We still have a chance. The tribulations are vast and endless. They target us. They also affect the surrounding gu formation." The immortals heard this, and their hearts shook. Even though rank 6 gu immortals had already died, the remaining immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on. They still had hope in their hearts. Once the gu formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by Old Man Yen Shi. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. "Wu Xia," he called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors. The colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall. The lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now, he was concentrating on looking at the sky. The corners of his mouth were wide open. His smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. He looked somewhat silly. "Wu Xia." Seeing that there was no response, Old Man Inkstone called out again. "Ah, you called me. I was looking at the fireworks." The young gu immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old Man Inkstone smiled bitterly. "These are not simple fireworks. These are tribulations. Although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence. It wants to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy." Chapter 975. Old Man Inkstone sighed. Providence is not a specific enemy. It is everywhere. It is vast and endless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens still exist, Providence will never be destroyed. Even if you destroy a portion of Providence, at the same time, 10% of Providence will be born again. The young Gu immortal was stunned. Then what should we do? We are going against heaven this time. Providence is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we will erupt today. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. But this time, we will suddenly erupt and catch Providence unprepared. We will use man to conquer heaven. Old Man Inkstone said, gesturing to Wu Xie, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already trapped all the southern border Gu immortals nearby. But this formation is only a small portion. It has not even displayed 1/10 of its power. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Gu formation. It will not last for long. Next, I and several other Gu immortals will use souls as sacrifices to continue setting up this formation. This way, this formation will reach 90% power. It is just one step away from completion. The southern border Gu immortals will not have a chance to escape. So amazing! The young Gu immortal's eyes stared blankly. He was in a daze. Old Man Yen Shi continued in a deep voice. After I die, you will be the number 1 battle power. Remember, you were born from the dream realm. You only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just become a rank 7 Gu immortal. You only have 4 hours of lifespan left. You will become stronger and stronger until the moment of death. You will become a rank 9 Gu immortal. No one will be able to block your attacks. Is rank 9 very powerful? The young Gu immortal had a confused expression. Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Of course. Rank 9 is the limit of this world. It is the strongest peak. There cannot be rank 10 in this world. So rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours. Isn't that too short? Am I going to die after 4 hours? What is death? The young Gu immortal asked. Elder Inkstone explained patiently. Everything has been properly planned. 4 hours is more than enough. If the plan fails, no matter how long we live, victory or defeat will be difficult to reverse. As for, what is death? Elder Inkstone said, until here. Pausing for a moment, he slowly said in a low voice, death is the end of life, but also the beginning of life. The young Gu master scratched his head, not really understanding. Old Man Yen Shi took a deep breath. His withered body was as thin as firewood. It was trembling in the wind as if it would be blown away in the next moment. He gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't have the whites of his eyes. They were pitch black, but at this moment there were countless reflections. In the reflection, there was Fang Yuan by Ning Bing, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, Celestial Court Gu immortals, Southern Border Gu immortals, Etian Mountain, graceful chaotic dual stage. The time has come, Elder Inkstone said. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to make a deduction for you. Remember my priceless advice. It will be of great help to you. The moment he said this, Elder Inkstone's life force rapidly weakened. At the next moment, he opened his eyes wide for the first time. He showed a dazed expression. It was as if he was doubtful and fearful of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the naive young Gu immortal with a complex gaze. His lips moved several times before he finally said, "Be careful of yourself, failing at the last step." He revealed the heavenly secret with difficulty. While he was speaking, his body started to turn into sand, dissipating in the wind. By the time he said failing at the last step, he had no more time. He completely dissipated, turning into ashes. His soul was sucked in by the formation, fusing into the Gu formation, at once. Not only Elder Ringstone, among the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals, there were also several who sacrificed themselves, fusing their souls into the formation. 90% 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A grand radiance burst out, soaring to the sky. At this moment, even the boundless heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities paled in comparison. The radiance was so dazzling that the southern border Goo Immortals could not help but shut their eyes. The radiance disappeared in a flash. The southern border Goo Immortals quickly opened their eyes. They saw that the surrounding 10,000 li was shrouded by a huge Goo formation. 10 Goo Immortals were standing in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, encircling the southern border Goo Immortals. Among them, 9 Goo Immortals were wearing black robes. Their faces were covered by hoods. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The last one was the young Goo Immortal Ing Wuxia. He looked around, feeling very curious. After all, he had just been born 14 hours ago. It was understandable that he was curious about the world. What's going on? What in the world happened? How did this Goo formation strengthen so much? Under the destruction of the calamities and tribulations, the Goo formation was already shaking, but now it was like a huge reef by the sea, steel in the wind, unmoving like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the southern border Goo Immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Ren Haiyang could no longer protect the other Rank 6 Goo Immortals. He chose a direction and attacked the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Deceiving fool, die, he shouted as he clapped his hands. A huge wave rose in the air. The blue seawater weighed 10,000 tons. It roared as it charged towards a black-robed Goo Immortal. Protect him. The other 3 Rank 8 Goo Immortals attacked together, resisting the calamities and tribulations above them, protecting Ren Haiyang. With the help of others, Ren Haiyang's pressure on his defenses decreased. He laughed loudly as he activated his immortal essence. Waves rose one after another, as if they were covering the sky. It was like an ancient, desolate beast opening its mouth to engulf the world and devour everything. Ing Wuxia saw this and wanted to help, but was stopped by a black-robed Goo Immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core, don't move rashly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, at the next moment, the mysterious Goo Immortal, who was facing the impact of the waves. Suddenly, a blazing fire burst into the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed Goo Immortal at the center, the surrounding 1,000 li turned into a world of blazing lava. The blue seawater that was over 100 feet tall charged into the formation. It evaporated into a large amount of white fog. Whoosh! Next, the fire roared and spread rapidly. The intense heat pushed the fog away. Such power! I almost could not control it. The black-robed Goo Immortal was overjoyed. He stood proudly at the center of the lava. His black robe was already mostly burnt. He had revealed his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border Goo Immortals also exclaimed, "You are actually a 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie, blazing glory, lightning, brilliance." This person was the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance Immortal Zombie, who had participated in the 100 Days battle and successfully escaped. After he was captured alive by old ancestor Shui, he was rescued by Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others sent by Zombie Alliance. To think that he would appear here. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance plotted against the southern border Goo Immortals? No. If it was Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely know about it. Maybe Shadow Sect. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan shuddered. His situation was getting worse. His situation was the same as the southern border Goo Immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Haiyang's attack failed. He could only retreat with hatred. The tribulations in the sky were like a storm. Not only did they not stop for a moment, their power was also increasing. Miserable cries and screams could be heard from the sky. The rank 8 goo immortals could not even take care of themselves. Many rank 6 goo immortals had already lost their lives. Normally, the high and mighty goo immortals were as weak as chicks in the face of tribulations. Large numbers of rank 7 goo immortals could only drift with the waves. Like small boats in a storm, they could not control themselves. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the tsunami. The tribulations were hard to resist. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless battle was stable like a mountain. It could not be broken. The southern border goo immortals were in a desperate situation. At the moment of life and death, they let go of their former enmity and cooperated sincerely. They soon thought of the only way to survive. That was the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage. Only an immortal goo house could have superb defense to resist the terrifying tribulations and protect the goo immortals. At the same time, the immortal goo house's attack power was the best weapon to break the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, hidden deep underground, was the hope of the southern border goo immortals. Even though there was a forbidden zone for immortals, southern border goo immortals could not get close. But this forbidden zone did not harm immortal goo. The immortal goo's power would be severely weakened inside, but it was still stronger than most mortal methods. Combine our strength, destroy Etion Mountain, and take out graceful chaotic duel stage. Goo immortal Jia Yi shouted. However, those who still had the strength to attack. Only 4 rank 8 goo immortals were left. The rank 7 goo immortals could only run for their lives under the bombardment of the tribulations. The 4 rank 8's bombardment did not affect Etion Mountain at all. The thick clouds above Etion Mountain had obtained the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless goo formation, becoming tough and soft. It swallowed all the attacks, and the clouds and mist tumbled violently for a while before returning to calmness. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals returned without any gains. Their eyes shined with a sharp light. They gritted their teeth and attacked without stopping, their expressions gradually becoming crazed. Etion Mountain was quiet and peaceful. The mortals were kept in the dark. They had no idea about the shocking situation in the sky. As long as a tiny bit of the tribulations leaked out, Etion Mountain would be wiped out, and all the mortal goo masters would be annihilated. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Was there such a situation in my previous life? We did not know. We did not know death was right above our heads. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, forcefully expelling the nervousness and unease in his heart, forcing himself to think calmly. Shadow Sect's shocking move had schemed against the southern border goo immortals. Even Fang Yuan had fallen into it, unable to extricate himself. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might have participated in this bet, but they are both in Shaohun Blessed Land now, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls. This goo formation isolates the inside and outside. It actually restricts all my communication methods. Chapter 976. Even if I still have self-strength immortal goo, rank 7 battle strength is not enough. His top priority was still the graceful chaotic duel stage. The southern border goo immortals outside the forbidden zone had no hope of taking this immortal goo house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of the graceful chaotic duel stage will I have any hope of escaping. Otherwise, we can only use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan thought quickly and understood that the only opportunity before him was to become the new owner of the graceful chaotic duel stage. He had fixed immortal travel, but this immortal goo was stored in the immortal aperture. Immortal goo's aura could be easily detected Only by storing it in the aperture or immortal aperture would it be safe. However, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was already sealed. If Fang Yuan undid the seal, he would be trapped in the forbidden zone and would be destroyed immediately. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 seconds. But the spring-autumn cicada was not. Spring-autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital goo. It had always been sealed in Fang Yuan's first aperture. After this period of time, the spring-autumn cicada had more or less recovered. Even though it was heavily sealed, it still brought great pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. Before this trip, Fang Yuan had thought of sealing fixed immortal travel or other immortal goo and temporarily storing them in his first aperture as insurance. But it didn't work. The aperture could store some mortal goo, but not a second immortal goo. Even with fixed immortal travel, I'm afraid. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the clouds, looking at the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless goo formation. Even breathing was a little difficult. Among the southern border goo immortals, there were also space path goo immortals with space path immortal killer moves. However, all of them were trapped without exception. Evidently, this formation took care of space path. The security was extremely tight, and there were no loopholes to exploit. More and more goo immortals died under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals were injured. They knew that the longer this dragged on, the less likely their chances would be. They had no choice but to work together and break out of the encirclement. All of you are like turtles in a jar. Where are you going? A black-robed goo immortal in front of them sneered. His aura surged, and his hood was blown off. Northern Dark Ice, Soul Physique. Peng Shilong exclaimed. Cold air quickly spread out, and a crystalline ice wall that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. The 4 immortals were blocked. A bolt of lightning struck down from above their heads. Snow wore tribulation lightning. The normal snow wore tribulation lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this tribulation lightning, with more than 10 forks, the might of the attack had increased by tens of times. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face it head-on. One of them used a time path killer move to slow down the tribulation lightning, allowing the 4 immortals time to move. The snow or tribulation lightning continued to charge forward, hitting the Northern Dark Ice Soul immortal zombies' crystal ice wall. A large hole appeared in the ice wall. The Northern Dark Ice Soul immortal zombie grunted, suffering light injuries. Providence! Northern Dark Ice Soul immortal zombie glared fiercely at the sky. Southern Border's 4 rank 8 goo immortals. It changed its direction and tore through the sky, crashing into another area of the goo formation. This path is blocked. The black-robed goo immortal at the formation core chuckled. Boom! Both sides fiercely clashed, and they were evenly matched. The 4 immortals were obstructed, their momentum halted, but the black-robed goo immortal did not have it easy either. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. Another 10 extreme immortal zombie. You are Shang Clan's Shang Gui Kai. Peng Shilong frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed goo immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed goo immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Shang Gui Kai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom! Another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the 4 southern border immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him. Let's change directions. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Carefree Wisdom Heart, The 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This goo formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the carefree wisdom-hard immortal zombie, the four immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young goo immortal Ing-Wu Xie. Among all the goo immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, his aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The four immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards Ing-Wu Xie. Ing-Wu Xie's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming." "Don't be nervous. Use your best method." The black-robed goo immortal beside him reminded. "I am not nervous. I am not nervous." Ing-Wu Xie breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the four immortals were getting closer, Ing-Wu Xie recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. "Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique. You are my greatest achievement in researching Dream Path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation." "Who are you and who am I?" Ing-Wu Xie asked curiously. "You are me, and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone. And as for you, you shall be called Ing-Wu Xie." Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Ing-Wu Xie's mind. Ing-Wu Xie felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. "I will only teach you one immortal killer move." Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It was at the forefront of this era. Even those celestial court goo immortals were left far behind. One move was fresh. Eat all over the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a goo immortal, I will give you a complete set of goo worms. You need to practice it then. The memories stopped. The 4 immortals were already in front of him. Among them, Fierce Wind Jia-E was at the forefront. Ing-Wu Xie's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light. He slowly opened his mouth, as if he was reciting, "Immortal killer move, lead, soul, enter, dream." The 4 immortals' speed fell. They were extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. But after a few breaths of time, there was no movement. "Lad, you dare to trick us." Peng Shilong was furious, about to attack. At this time, but the rank 8 goo immortal Jia-E started to fall. What is going on? Just as Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless goo formation activated. The attack was extremely fierce as it attacked Jia-E. Jia-E did not move. The layers of defense around his body started to dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly tried to save him, blocking the goo formation's attack. Jia-E was still falling. Gulp, 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 gulp. He actually fell asleep at this moment. "It's that kid's doing." Ren Haiyang's face was filled with malevolence. Fear and alarm mixed together. Against a rank 7 goo immortal, using an immortal killer move, Jia-E was hit without any resistance. Furthermore, the layers of defense that he had wrapped around his body had no effect at all. What kind of killing move was this? "Be careful!" Peng Shilong exclaimed. The tribulation descended. Countless bolts of falling star lightning moved at the speed of light. The moment they appeared, they had already reached the southern border goo immortals. After this wave of heavenly calamity, most of the southern border goo immortals were killed. They all lost their lives. Even the rank 8 goo immortal, Jia-E, who had the name Quang Feng and had been around for hundreds of years, was smashed into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't save him in time. It's over. At this moment, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals felt despair. Ing Wuxia was indeed a loophole in the formation, but his own fighting ability was beyond the 3 immortals' imagination. An unprecedented dream path killer move directly caused Jia Yi to fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. With Jia Yi's death, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum fell by a large margin. Their hopes of escaping the encirclement became slim. We need to persevere. On Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield all along, could not help but feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just Fang Yuan's strength, he could not activate the enormous immortal Gu house. It was like a person trying to control a huge ship. His strength was not as good as his will, and it was extremely difficult. Thus, it was necessary to cooperate with the southern border Gu immortals. The more Gu immortals that entered the immortal Gu house, the more immortal essence it would expend, and the stronger the immortal Gu house would be. With just Fang Yuan alone, it was very difficult to make the immortal Gu house strong enough to break the Gu formation. Time passed mercilessly. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were exhausted from running for their lives, while the remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were fleeing like rats in the midst of the tribulation. When Run Haiyang died because of the tribulation, the remaining 2 rank 8s were in complete despair. The situation is hopeless. Fang Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart, "Sigh, now I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out." But when the rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were left, Yitian Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon, the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook, and the mountains shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic dual stage? The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals shouted at each other, but they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Fang Yuan's body also shook. He had not refined the immortal Gu house yet. Then who was it? Boom! Mountain rocks cracked. A huge hole appeared on the ground, and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength, true, martial immortal zombie. He had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal Gu house, flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Fang Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. "You want to escape your fate in front of us? Die!" A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9, immortal Gu house heaven overseeing tower. The immortals of the celestial court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might. It easily broke the 10 extreme formation. The 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength, true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time. He could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the pillar of light. The pillar of light did not slow down. It shot towards Yitian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth. His muscles tensed up. He could not block the full-strength attack of a rank 9 immortal Gu house. He only had 1 trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. He failed. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's will. It had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 9, 77. According to legends, there was such a river in this world. It flowed through the beginning and the end. It contained cause and effect, flowing through every corner of the world. It was everywhere. With its watering, the world could operate normally, and everything could change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a hotbed of time path. Countless time path Gu worms lived and multiplied here. Billions of hectares of river water flowed without restraint, never stopping. The river water was vast and mighty. The tides rose and fell, waves rolled. Every drop of the water of time was pale and colorless. But the trillions and trillions of water droplets of time collided and fused with each other. They could burst out with the most dazzling light in the world. The beauty of this light could not be described with words. Fang Yuan had always felt that this was one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. When the rank 9 immortal Guhouse Heaven overseeing tower unleashed an attack that had been prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was implicated. He could not escape or dodge. His only remaining choice was to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was activated. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it once. On Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it again. Counting the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had successfully activated Spring-Autumn Cicada 3 times already. Now, he finally encountered failure. Activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed. Although his will had entered the river of time, the moment he set off, he felt a chill run down his spine. Spring-Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost its boat and fell into the water. The raging river of time could instantly devour Fang Yuan's will. Devour, destroy, and completely melt. Not even a fragment was left. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely calm. There was no impatience, no unwillingness. There was no regret. He had chosen this path back then. He had already expected the possible outcome. Right now, this situation was already in Fang Yuan's imagination. There was no other way. He had used all his strength. If I was given another chance, I would still live like this. He. So be it. My Gu immortal adventure story will end here. Although he didn't leave behind any biographies or legacies, it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's willpower quickly sank. He was very calm. He even felt a kind of happiness. If he still had any face left, the corners of his mouth would have curled up into a subconscious smile. What was there to regret about dying on the path of one's pursuit? He. The laughter in Fang Yuan's heart stopped abruptly. Something strange happened at this moment. Within the vast and desolate river of time, a ghostly face suddenly appeared. The ghost face winked at Fang Yuan's remaining will, as if it was mocking him silently. Then the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks puffed up, its expression extremely pained. He seemed to be vomiting. A huge flower bud came out of the ghost face's mouth, dripping wet. The ghost face's mouth was almost about to burst. The corners of its mouth stretched to its ears in an exaggerated manner. After spitting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed and winked at Fang Yuan again, showing a comical and strange expression. But it was a sinister and terrifying smile. And that flower bud broke through the river surface and slowly bloomed. Time seemed to stop at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a beautiful red lotus. A faint red light shot out from the heart of the lotus, shining on the location of Spring-Autumn Cicada's accident. Thus, the time in the red light began to reverse. At the same time, the ghost face that carried the red lotus slowly sank into the river. Like a movie being played in reverse, everything that had happened was moving backwards. It was also like water that was poured out, automatically returning to the basin. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated. Only a tiny bit was left and could be directly ignored. But under the illumination of the red light, his will quickly recovered, and countless goo worm fragments also appeared. Next, these goo worm fragments pieced together and turned into the complete Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring autumn cicada carried Fang Yuan's intact will and started its journey again. The red light dissipated, and the red lotus instantly dissipated, while that ghost face was cleanly washed away by the surging river water of the river of time. It was as if everything was an illusion, but spring autumn cicada had already been forcefully restored. It carried Fang Yuan's will, Fang Yuan's remaining hope as it charged into the river, going against the current with difficulty, returning to the past. Star form-blessed land, demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling. The 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed. The surrounding ground had turned into a shallow poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, the earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi. Below was black mud. Stellar energy was the weather above the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick wall of astral energy. If goo immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the thick earth energy beneath the 10 lands. The chi of heaven and earth were difficult to coexist in the first place. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were harmoniously united in the earthly limits astral energy. Not only did they coexist peacefully, but they were also constantly transforming each other. There was a constant stream of black mud turning into stellar energy and a constant stream of stellar energy turning into black mud. Fang Yuan shook his palm, and the ball of earthly limits astral chi rapidly turned turbid. The black mud astral chi blended together, forming a ball of gray fog. But if he didn't shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, and his stellar energy would be on top. Once again, black and white were distinct, and the strange phenomenon of circulating slightly with each other appeared. Deal with this immortal material. It was the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves could not deal with it perfectly. He could only use the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, and muffled thunderstone drum. Only wind grinding could be accomplished in one go. Unfortunately, I do not have these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limits astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He stepped on the ground, and his body flew into the air, lightly leaping. He jumped into the tortoise shell, inside the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on his 6 monstrous arms. He then made wounds on his chest, back, and other areas. Blood refinement killer move. Blood thread travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark, purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk seemed to be drawn in. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain to understand to what extent the immortal material was being processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk continued to mix, forming a cycle that flowed in and out of Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limits astral chi that he had taken out earlier. Gulp! He swallowed the earthly limits astral chi. This was a unique blood path goo refinement method that he had created in his previous life. He named this the flesh body blood refinement method. The earthly limits astral chi entered his body and was cleansed by the blood, fusing into the blood. This blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, entering the tortoise-shell wok. It sank to the bottom of the wok. At the same time, the poisonous blood in the wok flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, cleansing the earthly limits, astral qi. Time passed, 3 days and 2 nights passed. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was distorted from the pain, his 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing like a bull. There is still 1 night left. I can completely process the earthly limits, astral qi in my body. As long as I get through this, the most difficult step in the process of refining change form immortal goo will be over. Ugh. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's painful expression froze. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his bright green eyes suddenly became confused, losing almost all of their divine light. During the process of refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high concentration at all times. How could he be distracted like this? Puff! He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Next, he fell down, landing in the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, creating a huge wave of blood. The blood wave rushed out of the tortoise shell, splashing on the grass. Soon, a large patch of lush green grass was corroded into dark red smoke. "Master," Star Formland Spirit shouted with a worried expression as he jumped into the tortoise shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head popped out of the pool of blood. He flopped around for a while before standing up again. The dazed expression on his face faded. His eyes regained their vigor as he muttered, This is... Hearing Fang Yuan muttering to himself, Star Formland Spirit became even more worried. Did Master become stupid because of the immortal goo refinement failure? Fang Yuan first looked at his hands, then at the tortoise shell and the pool of blood. Finally, his gaze stopped on Star Formland Spirit. "What time is it now?" Fang Yuan asked. Star Formland Spirit's heart jumped, but he still answered. "Many days have passed since Master started refining the immortal goo." Ha ha! Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Star Formland Spirit's heart turned cold. "It's over. Master is really stupid. He failed the immortal goo refinement and suffered heavy injuries. He doesn't even remember the specific time, but he is still laughing so happily." The joy in Fang Yuan's heart did not need to be told to others. "I have been reborn again." Even though activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed, because of a change, I was revived from the dead, from defeat to victory. My will has returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. Was it over a year ago? The time was so short. According to my foundation, with so many immortal goo, it should have been at least several hundred years. I only returned to a year ago. Is it because I failed to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada? Chapter 978. Even though the anomaly in the River of Time had only happened for a short period of time, it was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind, leaving a deep impression. This was a matter of life and death. It was impossible not to have a deep impression. Now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. Ghost Face Red Lotus, what does it represent? Why did I not encounter such a situation when I used Spring-Autumn Cicada several times? Or is it only triggered when Spring-Autumn Cicada fails? Or, slowly shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious problem for now. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the tortoise shell. "The injuries on my body are not light. The only success Tao mark was destroyed because of the goo refinement failure. It is a pity." Fang Yuan inspected his body and soon found the consequences of this goo refinement failure. His body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. He would need to recuperate for several months to recover from these injuries. Goo refinement itself was a risky matter that was no less than an intense battle, not to mention refining immortal goo. Because of rebirth, Fang Yuan failed in the Gu refinement. It was normal for him to suffer heavy injuries. What made Fang Yuan even more regretful was that the success Dao mark that he had obtained after participating in the refinement path convention was destroyed because of this. Fang Yuan vaguely understood this point. The reason why I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was not because of my technique, but because the Dao marks of the immortal materials fused together. This is a subtle aspect that cannot be manipulated. This is also the main reason why the success rate of all immortal Gu is so low. The greatest use of success Dao marks is in this aspect. It allows the Dao marks of the immortal materials to fuse together and reach the standard of Gu refinement. Thus, when I started refining change, form immortal Gu, success Dao marks started to deplete as a special type of immortal material. As a special type of immortal material, it has always been supporting it. In the previous life, I did not encounter any accidents and succeeded in refining change form immortal Gu. The success Dao mark played a huge role. But in this life, because of rebirth, I messed up this matter that I was confident in. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did not mean that with success Dao marks, the Gu refinement would succeed no matter what. If a Gu master wanted to die and purposely used the wrong refinement method, they would definitely fail. Success Dao marks were not omnipotent. In his previous life, why did Fang Yuan choose star form blessed land to refine the immortal Gu? He was afraid of being disturbed by external forces and causing the refinement to fail. Once the Gu refinement failed, the loss of immortal materials and injuries were small matters. The crucial point was that the success Dao marks would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan's rebirth happened to be when he was refining change form immortal Gu. This was akin to courting death. There was no helping it. He had succeeded in refining change form immortal Gu in his previous life, but failed in this life. Reincarnate. Although he has the advantage of foresight when it comes to concrete matters, it's not always successful. However, my rebirth this time gives me a great advantage. Losing a success Dao mark, it's not important at all. Fang Yuan quickly collected his emotions and stabilized his state of mind. Fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan activated his immortal Gu and returned to immortal blessed land. He used to be anxious, but now he knew that there was still some time before Zhongzhou State solved the case of 88-point Xinyang Tower. There was no harm in him being a little calmer. Although he had the previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. He was an impatient person. He would not have reached his current level. There were countless clues and messy clues. How could he use the resources he had to maximize the benefits? This was the main problem that Fang Yuan needed to consider. The immortal zombie's thoughts were stiff. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to help him think. Compared to the previous life, his wisdom path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. In fact, he even thought of a small Gu formation that could use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a lot of time. Just half a day later, Fang Yuan finished his thoughts. Immortal zombies did not need to eat or drink. Even though he was injured, Fang Yuan had to use every second he had. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal Gu and secretly returned to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the immortal Gu's aura as Fang Yuan quietly approached Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Yitian Mountain. It could not be helped. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had participated in the unprecedented bet on Yitian Mountain. As time passed, the forbidden zone for immortals expanded, and Fang Yuan moved out along with the southern border Gu immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery around Yitian Mountain. Yitian Mountain, at this moment, it was still a nameless mountain. Before Fang Yuan came here, it had just rained. This future Yitian Mountain was filled with beautiful mountains and deep forests. Rainbows scattered, the sun and moon shone. Fang Yuan looked from afar, moving forward carefully, full of anticipation. If one were to ask what moved Fang Yuan the most after rebirth, it was undoubtedly the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Etian Mountain, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial physique immortal zombie. The latter's importance did not need to be explained to Fang Yuan. In my previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie jumped out and escaped the suppression of graceful chaotic dual stage. But as long as I successfully refine graceful chaotic dual stage and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan thought of this and licked his lips. Immortal Gu houses were no small matter. Immortal Gu houses and ancient battle formations were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations had been gradually eliminated by the tides of time, and immortal Gu houses had become the mainstream. Whether it was southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, any powerful superforce would have at least one immortal Gu house as their foundation. Just like He Tribe, Dark Prison was the symbol of He Tribe's strength, and also an extremely powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison was lost, in order to reclaim it, even He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders took the risk to chase after He Chung. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal Gu house, yet He Tribe had to chase after it. The importance of immortal Gu houses could be seen clearly. Graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Etian Mountain. Not only was it 1 rank higher than Dark Prison, it was rank 7. Moreover, in history, there was a mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal who borrowed its battle strength. He forcibly fought above his rank and successfully suppressed a rank 8 expert. And it was even with the great strength true martial physique. Graceful chaotic dual stage's value was many times higher than Dark Prison. In my previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman used Profound Ice House, which was still a damaged immortal Gu house, but it could break through the obstruction of battlefield, killer moves, and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I cannot reach the level of being able to roam the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed, and I am chased by Central Continent, Northern Plains, and others, I can protect myself and intimidate the immortals. An immortal Gu house was a true battle fortress. It had no shortcomings. It could take care of offense, defense, movement, healing, and even cultivation. Its structure was stable and easy to control. A rank 7 immortal Gu house. Even rank 6 Gu immortals could control it. It had 2 major flaws. One was feeding, and the other was immortal essence. Immortal Gu houses were formed from many immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu. Feeding these Gu worms would be extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew about graceful chaotic dual stage. It seemed to take care of the essence of the food path, and the problem of feeding it could be ignored. What was left? It was only the problem of immortal essence. To activate an immortal Gu house, the consumption of immortal essence would be an enormous figure. Just with Fang Yuan's personal ability, he could not afford it. In his previous life, Shark Demon had no choice but to activate the damaged Profound Ice House. The immortal zombies had participated and shared the immortal essence consumption. They had all felt great heartache afterwards. The price of activating an immortal Gu house was huge. Because the consumption of immortal essence was too high, Fang Yuan was currently penniless. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely gather the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal Gu. But now his Gu refinement had failed, and he had lost most of his immortal materials. He was short on funds. Even if he had many profitable projects like the Guts Gu trade and the monthly income of over 1,000 immortal yuan stones, But even if he accumulated them for half a year, it would not be enough for the immortal goo house to use for half a minute. But all this did not matter. Feng Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had a large amount of giant sun's immortal essence. This harvest could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun immortal was rank 9. The immortal essence he left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables had. The quality of this immortal essence far surpassed the green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Feng Yuan could not use this amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb all kinds of immortal essence. Otherwise, how could Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies work together to activate the damaged Profound Ice House? This was the basic characteristic of an immortal goo house, to gather the strength of all the immortals into one. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had also thought of this. To him, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water without a source. It would be lost no matter how much was used. It could not be replenished. Thus, a more economical method was to gather more goo immortals to act as labor for the immortal goo house. Unfortunately, those southern border goo immortals died too quickly, or rather, Feng Yuan did not have the time. Graceful chaotic dual stage had not been refined by anyone, but the great strength, true martial immortal zombie broke out of it in advance. This was a huge pity. If I had graceful chaotic dual stage, I would be able to block even that light pillar that wanted to take my life. Feng Yuan was filled with confidence. Graceful chaotic dual stage was naturally not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not good. That beam of light had been weakened by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. It was not as powerful as before. With graceful chaotic dual stage, although it could not be said that with a house in hand, I own the world. But it was enough to say that with a house in hand, I can advance and retreat freely, I can move unhindered. With a house in hand, I own the world. The rank 8 88-point Xinyang Tower could be said to have this point. It was proficient in plundering goo worms and even immortal goo. Rank 8 Refinement Cauldron could also be said to be useful compared to the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage. Self-strength immortal goo, all-out effort immortal goo, and star thought immortal goo were not so important. As long as he controlled the immortal goo house and had Giant Sun's immortal essence, Feng Yuan could fight rank 8s with his rank 6 bottom tier immortal zombie status, directly reaching the peak of his life. Chapter 9, 79. What's going on? Where did graceful chaotic dual stage go? Feng Yuan was filled with doubt and disappointment. After rebirth, he had immediately rushed to Etion Mountain, wanting to take this immortal goo house in advance. But when he explored deep underground, he found that there was no graceful chaotic dual stage, and even that rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me there is another reason for graceful chaotic dual stage's appearance. Now that I have come to take it in advance, the opportunity is not here. Feng Yuan frowned as he muttered in his heart. His guess was right. Back then, graceful chaotic dual stage's appearance was because of Bai Ningbing. The latter had activated a mysterious immortal goo, and this mysterious immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. Feng Yuan naturally did not know about this. He did not have this immortal goo, so he could not find any traces of graceful chaotic dual stage. If graceful chaotic dual stage had been buried deep underground, it would have been discovered by others long ago. How could it wait until now? Helpless, Feng Yuan could only leave quietly. Graceful chaotic dual stage could not be taken away. Feng Yuan could only adjust his arrangements and put it aside for the time being to carry out other plans. After leaving Etion Mountain for a long distance, Feng Yuan cautiously activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Goo's aura was overflowing. A jade green light flashed. At the next moment, Fong Yuan disappeared from southern border, appearing in that giant goo formation in Northern Plains Trench. This giant goo formation was a space path goo formation. The space inside was extremely wide. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter this place. This time, after rebirth, he used fixed immortal travel to enter this place again without any problems. Moreover, this time, he directly appeared at the center of the goo formation. This was a huge purple sand desolate land. In this desolate land, there were some rare immortal materials with extremely high value. The memories in his mind were still clear. Fong Yuan did not even need to search. He directly went to the crucial areas and picked up the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank, they were all rank 8, and there were even some high-quality ones. The density of the Tao marks was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was suspected to be the wings of a tiger-striped bee, the fragments of the immemorial desolate beast cloud flower. A total of 18 immortal materials had once again entered Fong Yuan's hands in this lifetime. At the center of the purple sand wasteland, Fong Yuan once again found those compound goo formations in his memories. He carefully checked again. What he found was the same as in his previous life. Fong Yuan left the goo formation behind, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fong Yuan did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture revival method to others. Before leaving this place, Fong Yuan took one last look and sighed in his heart. He knew that outside the purple sand wasteland, there were massive amounts of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses. However, these immortal materials were all superficial. Once they were in his hands, they would all turn into purple sand. Therefore, Fong Yuan did not even bother to look at him. In his previous life, he racked his brains, first joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters, then falling into blazing Heaven Demoness scheme, and arriving at Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City. After deceiving many immortal zombies, he entered Earth Trench. After a series of schemes and plots, not hesitating to be devoured by the mouth earthworm, he went to the Yiksha octopus's nest and searched painstakingly, taking a risk to tear a corner of the goo formation before entering this hidden space. But in this life, because of his rebirth, he went straight to the main point. His gains were huge, but he spent very little time and effort. The entire process was easy. It was like a dream, using fixed immortal travel again. Fong Yuan left this place and returned to immortal blessed land. His refinement of change form immortal goo failed. Not only did he lose the success Tao marks, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were also destroyed. Earlier, in order to prepare for this refinement of change form immortal goo, it could be said that he had emptied his entire fortune to prepare one set of immortal materials. After rebirth, he could be said to be penniless. Now that he had this rare immortal material, it could be said to be timely assistance. This immortal material was extremely valuable. If used properly, it would no doubt be reserved for when Fong Yuan needed to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. But that would take too long. Fong Yuan's current cultivation level was still at the bottom of rank 6. It would be a long time before he could advance to rank 8. Fong Yuan had thought about it thoroughly. He had already thought of how to use these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, when Fong Yuan threw several immortal materials into jewel yellow skies, it immediately caused a commotion among the goo immortals. Even in jewel yellow skies, these immortal materials were rare. They were very popular. Fong Yuan easily exchanged for many of the things he wanted. He fed all of his immortal goo, except for self-strength immortal goo and wisdom goo. Looking at the immortal goo in Fong Yuan's hands, strength path, self-strength immortal goo, pulling mountain immortal goo, pulling water immortal goo, iron crown eagle strength immortal goo, eat strength immortal goo. Star path, star shoot immortal goo, star mark immortal goo, star light immortal goo. Luck path, Connect luck immortal goo, time luck immortal goo, calamity beckoning immortal goo. Other than that, there was his first vital immortal goo, spring autumn cicada, the extremely useful space path immortal goo, fixed immortal travel, the not very useful poison path immortal goo, woman's heart, soul path immortal goo, cleanse soul, wisdom path immortal goo, unravel mystery. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan already had changed form immortal goo. But after rebirth, change form immortal goo's refinement failed. It no longer existed. As for the rank 9 wisdom goo, Fang Yuan could not refine it. It could only stay into immortal blessed land for the time being. Thus, whether it was considered Fang Yuan's immortal goo was a matter of debate. Normally, most rank 6 goo immortals only had mortal goo. They did not have any immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had 16 immortal goo, and this was not counting wisdom goo. Thus, the burden of feeding immortal goo was extremely heavy. It had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. This time, after solving the problem of feeding immortal goo, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Land spirit, where's the land spirit? In the secret room, Fang Yuan spoke softly. Master, I am here. Land spirit little, who immortal smiled happily, she suddenly appeared and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, when you were busy, I did not dare to disturb you, but I actually missed you a lot. As little fox immortal spoke, she shook her fluffy snow-white fox tail and added a childish sentence at the end. Although Master has become ugly. Fang Yuan smiled, rubbing little Hu Immortal's head, instructing her, go instruct the hairy men in the stone nest. From today onwards, they will all refine air sac goo. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately agreed. Go now. All right, Master. Little Hu Immortal looked at Fang Yuan reluctantly before disappearing. Fang Yuan willed, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Hu Immortal blessed land. When he appeared again, he was already in Langya blessed land. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had not changed its nature. It was still that sage-like land spirit with white hair and a long robe. Why are you here? Did you get the immortal material I wanted? If not, then there is no need to talk about it. The land spirit of Langya saw Fang Yuan and waved its sleeves, its expression cold. At this time, because of Fang Yuan's excessive demands, his relationship with the land spirit of Langya had already fallen to a freezing point. Fang Yuan wanted to seek help from the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit of Langya's conditions were very harsh. It required Fang Yuan to get it an immortal material, and this immortal material was produced in the ancient 9 heavens. It was extremely rare in the market of jewel yellow skies. If not for this, the land spirit of Langya would not have asked Fang Yuan to do it. Of course I got it. What do you think this is? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He did not mind the land spirit of Langya's cold attitude. You actually got it. The land spirit of Langya saw the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands, and its expression immediately relaxed. Its tone was filled with disbelief. Evidently, it did not think highly of Fang Yuan. Indeed, this immortal material collection mission had already surpassed the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities. At least, it was like that in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, using the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands, would he be afraid of not being able to purchase something of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to the land spirit of Langya, saying, I need to refine a certain amount of exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and a vast number of star thought goo. Fang Yuan already knew Langya blessed land was very special. Its internal space was so vast that it surpassed many grotto heavens. This was because the land spirit of Langya was going to fuse the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron into the entire blessed land. Here, countless hairy men lived. Their numbers were unimaginable. The cloud soil continent in front of them was only a layer of clouds in Langya blessed land. Below this floating continent, There were 3 real continents. Large numbers of hairy men lived on them. They mainly refined goo and selected talents. They lived in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely easy for the land spirit of Langia to refine, exert, effort, goo, disappointment goo, and star thought goo. For the sake of the immortal materials, I will help you. The land spirit of Langia agreed before saying, but next time, I hope to see the scales of the half-moon Qilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I will not agree to any of your requests. His tone was still stiff, but his expression was no longer as cold as before. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not continue the conversation. He activated fixed immortal travel and left. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as the strength path version of Nirvana Fire. He could get rid of his immortal zombie status and become a living person. But for the time being, Fang Yuan did not have such plans. After becoming a living person, he would only have the potential to improve, but his cultivation level would still be at the bottom of rank 6. After losing his immortal zombie body, his battle strength would fall instead. The worst thing was Fang Yuan did not have enough lifespan. He could not use the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langia to help him refine exert, effort goo, and disappointment goo. It was only to prepare for the future. But he was paying immortal materials. The land spirit of Langia was only refining mortal goo. Although the quantity was high, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. But Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had his own plans for the land spirit of Langia. It was just that it was not time yet. Fang Yuan left a small village in Langia Blessed Land's central continent. There was a tree here that was extraordinary. It was called the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. As expected, it is still here. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. After inspecting it, he was slightly happy. In the previous life, he had obtained information from Mo Yao's fake will, but he did not have time to collect the spring dream fruit on the tree. This tree was cut down by someone. Chapter 980. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It could be any fruit tree, but only an extremely small number of fruit trees could become a spring dream fruit tree. This spring dream fruit tree was located in a farmer's house. The person in charge was an old man called Old Man Chen. Son, you will get married in half a year. I will build a new house for you. The main beam of the house will be this fire date tree. Old Man Chen stood under the tree, patting the tree's hard bark as he said to his son. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, saying in satisfaction, "Father, this is a good idea. This date tree's age is even older than the history of our village. As long as I can remember, it has already stopped bearing dates. No matter how tall it grows, it is useless. Cutting it down to be the main beam of my new house is perfect." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was standing not far away, but his figure was concealed. Old Man Chen, who was not even a goo master, and his son could not detect him. Unexpectedly finding out the reason why the spring dream fruit tree was cut down, Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. This spring dream fruit tree existed by relying on the date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. This fire date tree was thousands of years old. Only such an old tree could be relied on by the spring dream fruit tree. Of course, the exact reason was not just the tree's age. There had to be people living nearby, the dreams of generations of people becoming nourishment, nourishing the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this was the foot of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted once every few hundred years, large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil. Attracted by the natural farmland, there would be people migrating over every once in a while. Gradually, they formed villages. Then they were destroyed by the volcano's eruption. The fire date tree was extremely resistant to heat. It could even endure lava, thus it could survive for a long time. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But if he wanted to transplant the date tree without the corresponding dream path method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan would only get an ordinary date tree, and he would not get the spring dream fruit tree. The method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan didn't. It was even impossible for Fang Yuan to harvest the spring dream fruits from the tree. He still needed to refine some dream path mortal goo to collect the fruit. Back then, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized that this tree was extraordinary, but because of his limited knowledge, or because he felt that it was inappropriate to randomly pick it, he kept it. For now, it seems, we also need to protect the living environment of the spring dream fruit tree. With a flick of his hand, Fang Yuan sent 2 streams of will into the minds of Old Chen and his son. His son suddenly burst into tears. "Dad, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't bear dates, I still want to see it. It grew up with me. When I was young, I peed under the roots of the tree. When I was older, I built a swing here. Forget it. Sigh. All right." Old man Chen's eyes reddened as he nodded emotionally. "Then let it continue to grow here. Let's choose another tree. Although it is not as tall, it is enough to be the main beam of a new house." After dispelling the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan set up a goo formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. But to collect the fruits on the tree, Fang Yuan still needed to refine some corresponding dream path mortal goo. This would take a lot of time. The goo materials of dream path mortal goo were almost all extracted from dream realms. According to my previous life's trajectory, after refining change form immortal goo, I helped Tai by Yunsheng pass his tribulation, and then the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. After the battle, I used Xing Xiangzi's identity to enter Eastern Sea Blessed Land and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. During this process, because of the unexpected collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Crane Gate to attack a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. After that, Blazing Heaven Demoness came and killed the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness and returned to Northern Plains to collect the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I killed He Chung and was forced to sign a new alliance agreement with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others to obtain Luo Pe Valley. Finally, I participated in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. This time, I succeeded in my rebirth, but my main goal is still the immortal Goo House graceful chaotic dual stage. As long as I become the owner of this immortal Goo House and suppress the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan failed to take the immortal Goo House in advance, how could one failure shake his determination? Graceful chaotic dual stage had not appeared yet, so he could only wait until it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan was to take the immortal Goo House and suppress the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After the alliance agreement's time limit passed, he would use the immortal Goo House's strength to deal with He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. He might be able to borrow the rank 8 immortal Goo House refinement cauldron in Langya Blessed Land to seize their immortal goo and obtain the greatest benefits. But it was not possible now. Without the immortal Goo House, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than He Lulan's side. No matter how many schemes he had, he lacked strength and could not succeed. After all, He Lulan was a formidable person. She was not someone to be trifled with. This point could be seen from how she killed her own father, then disguised her identity and prepared to enter He tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was very beautiful, but the reality was very harsh. Fang Yuan deduced the worst-case scenario. If graceful chaotic dual stage appeared at the same time as in the previous life, then he would not be able to secretly take this immortal goo house. The possibility of this was very high. When graceful chaotic dual stage appears, it will be a grand scene, recreating the battle from that day. If that is the case, then I can only continue to participate in the Southern Border Goo Immortals duels like in the previous life and enter Tian Mountain personally. This way, Fang Yuan would face huge risks in taking the Immortal Goo House. He would have to face the Southern Border Goo Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. This was simply taking chestnuts out of the fire. But how could one gain tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he did not lack an adventurous spirit. The huge benefits had already made him decide to take a risk. He had already been reborn once and had ample experience. If he still did not dare to scheme in this life, then Fang Yuan felt he was simply a coward. Since the spring dream fruit tree is already protected, I can put it aside for now. I will change my plan. I will first cooperate with He Lulan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength, immortal goo, blazing heaven demoness would definitely deal with him. If Fang Yuan had the immortal goo house in advance, he would not be afraid of blazing heaven demoness. But the situation now was the opposite. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the immortal goo house, he would probably have to face the Southern Border Goo Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. At this time, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and others, especially Blazing Heaven Demoness, with her rank 8 cultivation level, she could greatly increase the mobility of the immortal goo house. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was also at the disadvantage of being alone and without any help. When Shadow Sect attacked, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Shaohun Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their soul path. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was still in Eastern Sea. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan purposely hid it from He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others and secretly went to Tian Mountain. Even if Fang Yuan turned back into a living person, he would only have bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level. To become rank 7, he would need to go through 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In total, the Blessed Land would need at least 300 years. This was clearly too late. Of course, he could annex to Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land, but he had a Strength Path Immortal Aperture. Cultivation level was not related to it. Evidently, turning enemies into friends and forming alliances was the most important matter now. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get rid of He Lulan and the rest, but a lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. He needed to compromise most of the time. In this boundless mortal world, everyone needed to compromise. They needed to learn to compromise. No matter how high one's status was, it was the same. Forsaking small gains for the sake of great benefits. This was the expression of maturity. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Immortal Blessed Land. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan had already left to Immortal Blessed Land and was working outside. Her whereabouts were unknown. Fang Yuan could not make a move. But in this life, at this moment, He Lulan was still in Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her strength chi, immortal goo, to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine airsac goo. When Fang Yuan found He Lulan, she was in a stone nest. She was holding an information path mortal goo in her hands. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she read the information from the investigative goo. After seeing Fang Yuan, He Lulan waved the information path mortal goo in her hands, asking, "Have you heard about the matter of Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled, lightly. "Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Goo Immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, the other Gu immortals in Central Continent do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are all watching the commotion caused by the 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, sighing internally. This person is truly ambitious. She already had attitude Gu in her hands, but she did not use it. Not only did she hide it from him, she did not even tell her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. If she wanted to deceive her enemies, she had to start by deceiving her own people. But Fang Yuan was also the same kind of person as her. He clearly had star form blessed land, but he concealed it and kept He Lulan in the dark. In his previous life, if he had not met Blazing Heaven Demoness, this secret would not have been exposed. Precisely because Fang Yuan and He Lulan were the same kind of person, Fang Yuan admired He Lulan, but he was also wary of her. If possible, he would want to get rid of her as soon as possible. But fate was so mysterious. In order to obtain the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, Fang Yuan decided to deepen his cooperation with He Lulan. Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out self-strength, immortal Gu, and placed it on his palm, handing it to He Lulan. Chapter 9, 81. Self-strength, immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's action made He Lulan's heart jump. Plus, this immortal Gu originally belonged to her, but because she failed her tribulation, she fell into a dream realm and was saved by Fang Yuan. In the end, this Gu became Fang Yuan's reward for saving He Lulan and was given to Fang Yuan. This self-strength, immortal Gu was very important to He Lulan, not only because He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked on the strength path, self-strength immortal Gu was most suitable for He Lulan. Moreover, this self-strength immortal Gu was refined by He Lulan's mother, Su Xianer. It was something she left for He Lulan. Thus, self-strength immortal Gu was extremely important to He Lulan. After He Lulan lost it, she was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She yearned for this immortal Gu day and night. She wanted to snatch it back from Fang Yuan. But she resisted this urge. On one hand, Gu worms were hard to snatch. They could self-destruct with just a thought. On the other hand, He Lulan was a ruthless person. She deeply understood that in this world, there was an art called compromise when interacting with others. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the Guts Gu trade to assist her cultivation. Cooperation was beneficial for both sides. Separation was detrimental. Thus, He Lulan endured this matter. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan did not object to Fang Yuan's possession of self-strength immortal Gu. It was as if she had already forgotten about this matter. She was a shrewd person, but now that Fang Yuan handed over self-strength immortal Gu and acted like he was returning it to its owner, He Lulan was caught off guard. She could not conceal her desire. However, He Lulan's expression immediately turned cold. His frown deepened, and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Fang Yuan. She had already reacted, and her heart was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's character. Just as Fang Yuan admired and feared her, she felt the same way about Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan give self-strength immortal Gu to me for no reason? This was impossible. So what is he planning? As if he could read He Lulan's mind, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Even though self-strength immortal Gu is quite suitable for me, I feel that this immortal Gu is more important to you. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, right? He Lulan's eyes flickered with a dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's hands before focusing her gaze on Fang Yuan's face. She sneered, "Are you a gentleman? If you have anything to say, just say it." Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. If I say it directly, I might scare you. He Lulan snorted coldly. Just say it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. He lowered his voice and said, Then I will not mince my words. I am willing to use this self-strength, immortal goo to exchange for your attitude goo. What? He Lulan's body shook. A fierce light shined in her eyes. She almost took a step back. The matter of me obtaining attitude goo is a secret. How could he know? I even managed to hide it from my aunts. Other than heaven and earth. Only I know. He Lulan was shocked. She could not describe it with words. This was her greatest secret, but Fang Yuan exposed it all of a sudden. She could not help but be shocked. Killing intent surged in her chest. She subconsciously wanted to attack Fang Yuan. Silence him. This was the nature of an ambitious person. But at this time, Fang Yuan took a step back. This action was simple, but it had a subtle effect on He Lulan. He Lulan was like a startled beast. Fang Yuan took the initiative to pull away. His face was covered with a harmless smile, emitting kindness, making He Lulan feel safe. He Lulan's eyes squinted into a slit, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent did not dissipate, but was instead restrained in her chest. It seems you really have the legendary attitude, Gu. Fang Yuan pretended to observe her expression, suddenly realizing and showing a surprised expression. He Lulan was stunned, her tone containing anger. You tricked me? Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. Do you still remember my master, Zishan Makoto? He Lulan breathed in deeply, hearing Zishan Makoto's name again. Her heart was filled with wariness. She knew this Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan was his disciple. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also his disciple. Thus, Fang Yuan called Tai Bai Yunsheng's senior brother. Of course, this was all fake information. Even in the previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness was deceived. Your master told you? He Lulan asked. Her killing intent fell to rock bottom. As far as she was concerned, Fang Yuan had a backer behind him. Killing Fang Yuan was hard enough. She could not deal with Zishan Makoto. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had not completely reconciled with Blazing Heaven Demoness yet. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. What do you think? He Lulan snorted coldly, thinking rapidly. Zishan Makoto actually knows my secret. He is truly remarkable and unfathomable. Thankfully, we have an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan has a good plan, no matter how important self-strength immortal goo is. It is only rank 6. How can it be exchanged for my attitude immortal goo? Humph. He Lulan immediately rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. I have attitude immortal goo. It is rank 8. As long as someone wants it, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary goo worm recorded in the Legends of Renzu. You actually want to use a mere rank 6 self-strength immortal goo to exchange for my attitude goo. Hee, aren't you being a little too whimsical? Fang Yuan pondered for a while before saying, Then what do you want for me to exchange? No. He Lulan immediately replied, her attitude firm and resolute. Fang Yuan's expression sank. His whole body emitted a dangerous aura. He Lulan, think carefully. I need to remind you, this is my territory, my immortal blessed land. He Lulan raised her head and laughed. Ha ha ha. So what? Don't forget that we have an alliance agreement. Before the agreement ends, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. He Lulan continued. You have your master as your backer. Maybe you have already broken the alliance agreement. But do you think I, He Lulan, am a coward who fears death? You are underestimating me. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my goo worms. At the same time, I will destroy all the resources in immortal blessed land. At the same time, the resources you stored in immortal blessed land. I know them all. After we fight, how many resources will be left? After all, Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before. It will not restore your resources. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily. In the previous life, he used his death to threaten blazing heaven demoness, showing an attitude of not fearing death. In this life, He Lulan used the same method to deal with him. He had no choice but to accept it. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He laughed loudly and clapped. He Lulan, I do not dare to underestimate you. I was only joking earlier. Using a rank 6 immortal goo to exchange for a rank 8? Your joke only shows your greed and stupidity. He Lulan did not give Fang Yuan any face, rebuking him coldly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then I will add some more weight. For example, if I give up on the contest for star form blessed land? He Lulan shook her head. Not to mention giving up on the contest. Even if you give me who immortal blessed land and star form blessed land, I will not exchange them. Attitude immortal goo is not a simple rank 8 immortal goo. Its usage condition is very low. It does not consume immortal essence, only mental energy. That is to say, I am only a rank 6 goo immortal. I can use a rank 8 immortal goo. Such an immortal goo is a peerless treasure. I will not give up on it. Forget about exchanging it for my immortal goo. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person. You will not waste your efforts, right? Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I will take a step back and use this self-strength immortal goo in exchange for your slavery immortal goo. He Lulan's brows rose. She had an enslavement immortal goo from Imperial Court blessed land. At the final moment, she deceived Giant Sun's will. He Lulan became silent. She was very moved by Fang Yuan's suggestion. To her, self-strength immortal goo's value was much higher than slavery immortal goo. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan's eyes. My slavery immortal goo is only rank 6. You can use rank 6 to exchange for rank 6. But slavery immortal goo cannot be used infinitely. There is only one chance. Using my strength to exchange for slavery. Don't you feel it is a loss? It is a bit of a loss. Fang Yuan smiled, raising a finger. So I have another condition. I want to borrow attitude goo for some time. He Lulan did not speak. She fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow attitude goo. By all means, this made her acutely aware of the importance of attitude goo to Fang Yuan. But He Lulan was not sure how important it was. She needed to probe it. Thus, she refused. I won't lend my attitude goo. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Then forget it. Saying so, he turned around and left. He Lulan stood on the spot, looking at him coldly without moving. Fang Yuan walked a few steps before turning around with a bitter smile, facing He Lulan again. I only want to borrow attitude goo for 3 years. 3 years? Not even 3 days. He Lulan's expression was cold, but she was secretly excited. She had already seen a chance to slaughter Fang Yuan. He Lulan concealed it well, but she was still young, while Fang Yuan was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure. How could he not know He Lulan's current thoughts? Thus, he threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want to take revenge. Right now, there was such a good opportunity to kill He Chung. But I think you don't need it. What? He Chung? He Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light, her expression changing. Although He Chung was her biological father, the hatred between her and He Chung was irreconcilable. Killing He Chung and taking revenge was the greatest obsession in He Lulan's heart. This obsession was so deep that it even affected her cultivation, turning into a shadow in her heart. In Fang Yuan's previous life, He Lulan killed He Chung and regained self-strength immortal goo, dispelling her psychological barrier and finding her true self, using the strength path phantom to turn into her original appearance. She was no longer a burly man. Chapter 982. The negotiation with He Lulan lasted for 6 hours from start to finish. After it ended, even with Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. It was a pity that his immortal zombie body did not have a bright mind to begin with. He had expended a lot of thoughts. He Lulan was not much better. She felt this negotiation was more tiring than a life-and-death battle. She felt a sense of weakness in her bones. Her mouth was dry, and her head was dizzy. After the negotiation, Fang Yuan pulled Tai by Yunxingyin and signed a new alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan returned self-strength immortal goo in exchange for He Lulan's slavery immortal goo, and also borrowed attitude goo for a year. Fang Yuan would also assist He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to provide a chance to kill He Chung. Everyone would continue to compete fairly for star form blessed land. Other than that, Fang Yuan also obtained He Lulan's permission to connect their luck. The new alliance agreement was logical and comprehensive. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, she would need several years to unravel it. And most importantly, it took care of blazing heaven demoness. There was a clause in it they could add more allies, but the new allies had to abide by the alliance agreement. Furthermore, both sides could not borrow the strength of outsiders to deal with each other. Both sides had one chance to request for help. Once it was used, the other side had to save them. The compensation afterwards would be calculated according to the situation. The alliance agreement was very strict. There were detailed rules regarding the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan used He Lulan's wariness towards Zishan Makoto, as well as his previous life's memories, to achieve his goal. People who only knew how to fight. They were just boorish people. Fighting could not solve all problems. Man was the spirit of all living beings. They had deep wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down heaven's gift. After the alliance, Fang Yuan's situation changed greatly. Firstly, He Lulan was Fairy Black Moon. Her luck was strong and could last for a long time. Fang Yuan successfully connected his luck with her. He got rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Secondly, he borrowed the rank 8 attitude goo. This immortal goo was used by thieving heaven demon Venerable back then. It was the core goo worm of the legendary immortal killer move Familiar Face. Back then, when thieving heaven demon Venerable was still a rank 6 goo immortal, he used this killer move. He deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals. He obtained a large number of treasures and caused 2 rank 8s to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan lost change form immortal goo, but he obtained attitude goo, which was many times better than change form immortal goo. His modified, vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would rise to an astonishing level. Right now, Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 8 goo immortals. Lastly was the Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 goo immortal, schemed against Fang Yuan. In this life, Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and the others had set up a new alliance agreement, which could be considered as blocking Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme. The Blazing Witch's guilt and love for He Lulan were her greatest weaknesses. With this, Fang Yuan would be able to make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness even if she was unaware. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance agreement when He Lulan saved Fang Yuan and was in danger, could Blazing Heaven Demoness not take action? It could be said, He Lulan was the best chess piece to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. He Lulan's side is no longer my obstacle. Enemies have become friends. After entering and exiting, my next plan will be even smoother. But He Lulan's group is very astute. They are not easy to fool. They are very satisfied with this new alliance agreement now, but gradually they will find that I have gained a huge advantage. By then, they will be dissatisfied and might even act against me. Fang Yuan had gained an advantage because of his previous life's memories. He did not lower his vigilance towards He Lolan's side. However, when I obtain graceful chaotic dual stage in the future, the situation will be set, the difference in strength between the two sides will be overturned. Even if He Lolan's side is dissatisfied, they will not be able to do anything. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to give up self-strength Immortal Gu. It was still for the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage, and the great strength true martial immortal zombie. Self-strength Immortal Gu was only a variation of the killer move Myriad Self. It only had rank 7 battle strength. But if he had the Immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan would not even need to fear rank 8s. He would be able to advance and retreat with ease. After getting Attitude, Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture and went to Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was very surprised. He said to Fang Yuan, "You are back so soon? Did you get the immortal materials I wanted?" "No." Fang Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Langya's expression immediately turned gloomy. He shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you ignoring my words? Before you left last time, I warned you that Langya Blessed Land is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you don't have the immortal materials I want, don't bother me. I will not agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had a calm attitude. "What if I want to use that final chance to ask you to help me refine Gu?" Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. Fang Yuan snatched Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter and came to Langya Blessed Land with the identity of the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Because of the agreement between Long-Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable Land Spirit of Langya had to refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. If it was refining mortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya had to ensure that the Gu refinement succeeded. If it was refining immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya could fail, but he had to pay for the Gu refinement materials himself. Fang Yuan used 2 chances. The first time was to refine Stargate Gu. Although this Gu was only immortal Gu, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second time was to refine Second Aperture Gu. During the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan drank 4 types of wine and obtained Divine Travel Gu. Finally, he used Divine Travel Gu and Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan still had one last chance to refine Gu. Land Spirit of Langya said sternly, "Kid, what Gu do you want to refine this time?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Land Spirit of Langya's shoulder. "I was only saying if earlier I don't really want to use the 3rd chance to let you refine Gu." Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly, slapping Fang Yuan's hand away and patting his shoulder. His expression was filled with disdain, but in the end, he did not say anything. As long as Fang Yuan did not use the last chance, he could enter and leave Langya Blessed Land at will. Land Spirit of Langya knew this was Fang Yuan's warning to him, or even a warning. But he could not deny this point, so he was very unhappy. "If you don't want to use the last chance, then quickly leave this place." Land Spirit of Langya shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders unconcernedly. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned last time, I brought this with me. But I brought this. Take a look." Land Spirit of Langya's lips curled up. "Kid, you still want to fool me? Humph, you think immortal materials are easy to replace? It is impossible for me." Before he finished speaking, he paused. His eyes widened. His gaze intensified as he stared fixedly at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands. This immortal material was not simple. It was a rank 8 immortal material that Fang Yuan had picked up from the Earth Trench Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were wide open. This seems to be a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast, Cloud Phoenix." Land Spirit of Langya stammered, saying in disbelief. Fang Yuan gave him a thumbs up. As expected of Land Spirit of Langya, that is indeed the case. After I obtained this immortal material, I spent a lot of effort to figure out its origin. Saying so, Fang Yuan handed this immortal material to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya did not stand on ceremony. He moved like lightning, grabbing the immortal material and placing his eyes on it, inspecting it carefully. Good quality, good quality. It is indeed a fragment of a cloud phoenix. This is a rare item. What kind of dog shit luck do you have? You actually got such a treasure. Land Spirit of Langya muttered as he sighed. After looking at it for a long time, his gaze was somewhat dazed. No matter which Land Spirit of Langya it was, they all originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was most skilled in goo refinement. He was also obsessed with goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langya also inherited this personality. Right now, Land Spirit of Langya looked at the rank 8 immortal material. His mind was filled with emotions. He had been searching for this immortal material for a long time. If he had this, he would be able to fill in the gaps of many immortal goo recipes. There might even be 1 or 2 immortal goo refinement materials. With everything gathered, he could start the goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langya could not care about Fang Yuan. His gaze was fixated on the cloud phoenix fragment in his hands. Inspecting this immortal material over and over again, his mouth was almost dripping with saliva. Even in Langya blessed land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? The reason was simple. It was not easy to collect. Like this cloud phoenix fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix. This cloud phoenix had extremely strong battle strength. It could match rank 8 goo immortals. To collect this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill a cloud phoenix. Goo immortals were rare to begin with. Rank 8 goo immortals were even rarer. There were only a handful of them. They also had to consider tribulations and their own safety. They would not fight easily. Unless they needed it, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials in the market. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan only took 1 or 2 immortal materials and placed them in jewel yellow skies. He could easily exchange them for all kinds of immortal goo ingredients. Even Land Spirit of Langya's main body, Long-Hair Ancestor, did not have the ability to personally collect rank 8 immortal materials. The reason why he agreed to refine goo for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal was because he wanted to borrow the strength of a rank 9 Venerable to help him collect rank 8 immortal materials. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya's expression and smiled lightly. He took out another rank 8 immortal material and purposely asked, Land Spirit of Langya, help me take a look. What is the origin of this immortal material? Ah, Land Spirit of Langya raised his head and immediately let out a loud scream. His eyes were filled with wild joy. Oh my heavens! Isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped bee? Look, such a beautiful halo of Tao marks. The metal path Tao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light of Tao marks with our naked eyes. You brat, how can you obtain such a treasure? This is infuriating. I have waited for so many years, but I only have 20 or so pieces with me. I can't even bear to use them. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. If I say that I picked them up, would you believe me? Saying so, he took action and pulled back the cloud phoenix fragment from Land Spirit of Langya's hand. Land Spirit of Langya was caught off guard. After reacting, he immediately howled in pain, feeling like his heart was being dug out. He stomped his feet and shouted, What are you doing? What am I doing? Fang Yuan had a strange expression. This is mine. Do you want to snatch it by force? Land Spirit of Langya's body stiffened. He did not speak and glared at Fang Yuan. Chapter 9, 83. Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan, not knowing what to say for a while. These immortal materials belonged to Fang Yuan. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his face. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya with a smile, no matter how bad Land Spirit of Langya's attitude towards him was. As long as he had these immortal materials, he would be in control of Land Spirit of Langya. Suddenly, Land Spirit of Langya's eyes turned as he reacted. He was no longer anxious. He sneered. "Humph, humph, you brat, do you think I don't know you? You are a crafty fellow who does not do anything without benefits. Tell me, what kind of advantage do you want from me this time?" Fang Yuan heard this and pretended to be unhappy. "Old sir, you are wrong. I am not here to take advantage of you. I am here to make a fair transaction with you." Humph, humph. Land Spirit of Langya was already mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's shamelessness. He raised his eyebrows. "Just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me." Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. "Since Old Sir is so straightforward, I will ask directly. May I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face?" Land Spirit of Langya was stunned before asking, "How do you know that I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move?" Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Land Spirit of Langya indeed had it. He was only guessing about this. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya lacked desolate beasts and wanted Fang Yuan to capture one for him. He used the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fang Yuan. Back then, Fang Yuan asked about Familiar Face. As a result, Land Spirit of Langya's original words were like this: "Familiar Face, you really dare to dream. That is an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude goo. Even if I give it to you, you cannot use it. But this killer move of mine is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is enough for you to use." Land spirits were all very pure. I can't lie. Back then, the Land Spirit of Langya did not directly say that he did not have Familiar Face. He only said that even if he gave it to Fang Yuan would not be able to use it. At that time, Fang Yuan was still a mortal goo master. But now, Fang Yuan was a goo immortal. More importantly, Fang Yuan already had attitude goo in his hands. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals with rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan seemed to be able to do it too. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable found my main body. Request to refine space escape goo. My main body is also very interested. I have worked with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable for a full 21 years. This world is the time of the 5 regions. In Langya Grotto Heaven, time is even longer. The Land Spirit of Langya had a look of nostalgia. He paused for a moment before continuing. "In these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had tried many times, but they all failed. After expending Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life savings, I even had to use my main body's treasury. My main body would not make a losing transaction. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable bought my main body's immortal material treasury. Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, Familiar Face, this was a set of killer moves. This is one of them." So that's how it is. Fang Yuan nodded and kept this information in mind. Langya blessed land had deep foundations indeed. It actually had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's things. No wonder the Shadow Sect wanted to deal with him. And the Celestial Court also attacked this place in his previous life. It wasn't that Fang Yuan hadn't thought about taking advantage of this treasured land, but he wasn't strong enough. If he attacked rashly, he would only be asking for trouble. "Brat, what do you want Familiar Face for?" He. Have you experienced the benefits of Unfamiliar Face?" "My things. They are all top quality, but Unfamiliar Face is only a mortal killer move. It is indeed not suitable for your current cultivation level. The land spirit of Langya smiled. Fang Yuan said straightforwardly, I am willing to use a rank 8 immortal material to exchange for Familiar Face. The land spirit of Langya was still smiling a moment ago, but now he was furious. Brat, do you really think I am a fool? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move. Dream on. Fang Yuan did not mind. He asked warmly, then how much do you want? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a change of expression. Impossible! How can I have so many? Do you really think I picked them up from the streets? He cried with an air of importance and a blatant falsehood. The land spirit of Langya was hoodwinked. He smiled embarrassedly. Then 8. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. He shouted, 8, you are robbing me. Back then, you told me that the core immortal goo of Familiar Face is attitude goo. Without attitude goo, I cannot use Familiar Face. I am only using it as a reference to deduce and modify an immortal killer move that suits me. Do you think I will use 8 immortal materials to exchange for a mere Familiar Face? Fang Yuan shouted loudly. His saliva splattered all over the face of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had an embarrassed expression. He took a few steps back. He had been cheated by Fang Yuan many times. He had learned how to bargain, but he clearly lacked experience. He was stopped by Fang Yuan's words. In the end, the existence of the land spirit was only a bit of obsession, formed from the heavenly power of heaven and earth. It was extremely pure. The fact that the land spirit of Langya could reach this step was already extraordinary. Fang Yuan's eyes were red with anger. He continued to bargain loudly. From his words, Familiar Face was already devalued. The rarity and value of rank 8 immortal materials were emphasized and raised countless times. The land spirit of Langya was unable to resist. He retreated step by step. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had been a professional merchant. He had run caravans and built shops. He was extremely wealthy, but in the end, he was beaten back to his original state. From then on, he broke the conventional thinking on Earth. He understood that this world was different from Earth. The fist was still the strongest. Eventually, Fang Yuan lowered the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If it was any lower, the land spirit of Langya would not sell Familiar Face. The land spirit was simple and stubborn, but the reputation of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was indeed worth this much. The land spirit of Langya would not make a loss. He knew that he would sell it at the factory price at most. Fang Yuan knew he could not do it. He paid 5 immortal materials and obtained Familiar Face. Mission accomplished. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart was indescribable. Although he had the halo of wisdom to use, it was extremely difficult to deduce Familiar Face. His wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster, but transformation path was only at Master level. And the Familiar Face series of killer moves were all transformation path killer moves. Even if I deduced it, it would not be the same. But what I've got now is the original version of Familiar Face. It contains the essence of this move, and there are no flaws. Fang Yuan had no more thoughts of staying. He turned around and left after obtaining it. He left Lang, ya blessed land, and returned to Hu immortal blessed land, using his immortal killer move to study it. Familiar Face only had one core, that was the rank 8 attitude goo. This move fully used the power of attitude goo. It could be said that attitude goo was the soul of this move. Without attitude goo, no matter what other immortal goo were added, it would be difficult to display the profundity of Familiar Face. Other than the attitude goo, there were over 20 supplementary goo of familiar face. Among them were 2 immortal-level supplementary goo, including change-form immortal goo. Fang Yuan's refinement of change form failed. The second immortal goo did not even have an immortal goo recipe. This was the only flaw. It seems that back then, when thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was rank 6, he already had these 2 immortal goo. Immediately, Fang Yuan entered the underground cave and used the light of wisdom to expend large amounts of star thoughts to modify the immortal killer move Familiar Face. A few days later, he successfully completed his task. The 2 immortal level supplementary goo were removed. Over 1,000 mortal goo were added in, barely replacing the effects of the 2 immortal level supplementary goo. This way, the activation of Familiar Face after Fang Yuan's modification was more than 10 times more complicated. The original version of Familiar Face only had over 20 goo worms. Including the attitude goo, there were less than 30. With a small number of goo worms, the sequence of activation was simple and not complicated, and the activation speed was also fast. Now that Fang Yuan modified it, there were over 1,000 goo worms. The activation speed was naturally not as fast and convenient as the original version. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan tried to activate the modified Familiar Face. The result of the test made him very satisfied. The modified Familiar Face could reach 60% of the original's power. Losing 2 immortal level supplementary goo and exchanging for over 1,000 mortal goo, it was already very ideal to reach this level. But the activation was slow. It needed an hour to activate. This was not a big deal. After all, Familiar Face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined change form immortal goo and used it as the core to create the modified Familiar Face killer move. Now that I have the modified Familiar Face, its effect is 100 times better than in my previous life. Rank 7 goo immortals can be deceived, but rank 8 goo immortals will have to depend on the situation. Fang Yuan estimated the killer move Familiar Face could be said to be extremely exquisite, especially with attitude goo as the core. It not only changed Fang Yuan's appearance on the surface, but also directly affected other people's hearts. Even if Fang Yuan became a stranger, if the other party was hit by this move, they would feel that Fang Yuan was a good friend that they had not seen for many years, or that he looked familiar, giving them a sense of intimacy. After obtaining Familiar Face, Fang Yuan took time to practice it every day. Although attitude goo was rank 8, its activation requirement was very low. It only needed the goo immortal's mental energy. It did not need to expend any immortal essence. Thus, the cost of Fang Yuan's practice was not high. Because of his familiarity, he could reduce the time he needed to activate Familiar Face from the original hour to half. The preparation work has come to an end. Next, I will have to wait for Tai by Yunsheng to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan settled down and stayed in his immortal blessed land, occasionally going to the small village where the spring dream fruit tree was. He continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. He then used these Dream Path Mortal Goo to pick large numbers of spring dream fruits. Chapter 9, 84. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here. The 4 seasons did not stop. A pure, white, and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today, humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this green heaven fragment world was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal Goo House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City. Cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the Feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Yu Fei! Yu Fei! Yu Fei! The original Featherman King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago, the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the Prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man, Yu Fei, obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life dream. I am the Featherman King. Yu Fei was heavily injured, but he did not care. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and win-win on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear. His smile was very cheerful. His mouth was wide open. His teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique. He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious. He wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the three Featherman Gu immortals conversed casually. They had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city. Boom! The sacred Feather City shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look, this. The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss. He pointed at the sky, but he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find that above their heads, a huge crack appeared in the greenish sky. Several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The three Featherman Gu immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. Gu Masters, get into position and occupy the formation cores. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax, coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected. Both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive. The three Featherman Gu immortals had grim expressions. They held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, White Sea Shatua, gave an order that shattered the three Featherman Gu immortals' hopes. This old Gu immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice, he said, "Begin the attack." The three Featherman immortals were not their match. They could only retreat to the immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals. Battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. When they landed on the immortal Gu house, they created a huge firework effect. White Sea Shatua had clearly come prepared. He used his methods to stall Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was like a swamp. It could not escape for now. The Feathermen had been in peace for a long time. Now they were in an intense battle of life and death. Their response was not accurate or timely. The three immortals were the same. They lost the chance to escape. 2 days later, boom, a bolt of lightning shot out, crashing into a section of Sacred Feather City's wall. The city wall was immediately blasted apart, turning into countless Gu worm fragments. The Featherman Gu masters defending the wall did not manage to escape. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Smoke and dust rose, and a green light flashed in the midst of it. Oh no! The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou, who had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, had bloodshot eyes. He saw that the wall had collapsed. There was a hole in the defense. He quickly flew over to defend it. The essence of an immortal goo house was formed from countless goo worms. This part of the wall had collapsed. The goo worms were destroyed. It was like a hole had been created in the immortal goo house. It was like a leaking ship. Its defense was greatly reduced. If enemies entered and expanded this hole, they could destroy the entire immortal goo house. Even though the hole was small now, they could not ignore it and let it develop. Zhou Zhong quickly rushed over to block the hole. He wanted to gain some time for the immortal goo house to heal itself. However, when Zhou Zhong landed, he heard a sinister laugh. He, you fell for it. Suddenly, two figures appeared on his left and right, sandwiching him. It turned out that a corner of Sacred Feather City had collapsed. There was a hole. Two goo immortals entered. Scoundrel! Zhou Zhong was furious. He quickly retaliated. But he lost the initiative. After a few rounds, he was heavily injured. He was in a precarious situation. Freeze! Outside the city, a Western Desert goo immortal approached and used an immortal killer move. In an instant, Zhou Zhong was like he was tied up. He could not move. The two goo immortals beside him laughed sinisterly. They attacked together and hit Zhou Zhong's chest. Zhou Zhong coughed out blood. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into countless buildings along the way. His speed gradually fell. He finally collapsed in a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly. He struggled with all his might. But the effect of the killer move earlier was still there. He had no strength left. Those two goo immortals attacked again. Zhou Zhong could not help but show a look of despair. Zhou Zhong, persevere, I am coming. At the crucial moment, a majestic figure blocked in front of Zhou Zhong, the strongest expert of Featherman City, first Supreme Elder. Even if the two Western Desert goo immortals worked together, they could not block the Featherman First Supreme Elder's strength. This First Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, he attacked furiously. He had immense power. He was unstoppable. The two Western Desert goo immortals could not retaliate. They quickly suffered heavy injuries. They quickly escaped towards the hole. However, the final Featherman goo immortal, Zhongling, he had been manipulating the immortal goo house to repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% repaired. It was getting smaller. The two Western Desert goo immortals rushed to the immortal goo house's hole, but they could not escape. They had to stop. They had to destroy the hole even more. But at this crucial moment, every second was crucial. The Western Desert goo immortals simply did not have time to destroy the hole again. Zhongling, good job. The Featherman First Supreme Elder was overjoyed. Right now, the immortal goo house was being repaired. It was already a situation of closing the door and beating the dogs. Once these two Western Desert goo immortals were killed, the Featherman side's morale would definitely rise. The invading enemies would be intimidated. No one would dare to charge into the immortal goo house blindly. But right when the Featherman First Supreme Elder arrived in front of the two Western Desert goo immortals, a shocking change occurred. On the two Western Desert goo immortals' faces, his originally panicked expression disappeared, and instead, he revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. At the same time, 4 Western Desert goo immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is still you. Die. The leader of the goo immortals was White Sea Shadua. At this moment, his aura burst out, filling the sky and earth. His might was unstoppable. He had rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder turned pale with fright. He was caught off guard and fell into a dangerous situation. Oh no! The rank 7 Featherman goo immortal Zhongling, who was controlling the immortal goo house, was extremely anxious. He quickly activated the immortal goo house to deal with it. Both sides' attention was on the periphery of the immortal goo house, the most crucial battlefield. Old ancestor, are you all right? Yu Fei shouted. pouncing towards the heavily injured featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. The featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong was paralyzed on the ground. Zhou Zhong had been hit by an immortal killer move. The effect had not faded yet. He was lying on the rubble, unable to move. "It's the new Featherman King." Zhou Zhong saw Yu Fei and sighed. He transmitted, "Leave, this is not a battle you can participate in." But Yu Fei did not care. He pounced towards Zhou Zhong and activated a mortal healing goo. "Old ancestor, I will save you." Zhou Zhong admired Yu Fei's courage. He felt moved, but also helpless. He had countless injuries on his body. They were all caused by immortal killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. Could he only be healed by an ordinary mortal goo? But at the next moment, Zhou Zhong's eyes protruded as he stared at Yu Fei in front of him. "You are not Yu Fei. You—" Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He wanted to resist, but his body could not move. He did not shout. Fang Yuan had sealed his voice. That's right, the moment the immortal goo house was destroyed, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to come here from northern plains. Near the loophole, the immortal goo house's control fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan did not let anyone discover him. Next, he found an opportunity, and while the two sides were fighting intensely, with their attention focused on the crucial battle, he immediately moved out, disguising as Yu Fei and successfully approaching Zhou Zhong. Right now, he was silently activating slavery immortal goo. Zhou Zhong resisted intensely, the intensity increasing. But a moment later, his resistance vanished. He was successfully enslaved by Fang Yuan. At once, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. "I finally succeeded." Fang Yuan was exhausted. He was extremely tired. He ordered Zhou Zhong, "Quickly replace Zheng Ling and take over the control of Sacred Feather City." "Yes, master." Zhou Zhong dragged his heavily injured body and flew towards the center of Sacred Feather City. "Elder Zheng Ling, hurry up and support the first Supreme Elder. I will control the immortal goo house." Zhou Zhong shouted. Zheng Ling was overjoyed. The Featherman First Supreme Elder situation was very bad. Even though he was controlling the immortal goo house, the whole of Sacred Feather City was being held back by the enemy's methods. He could not display his true strength. Rather than using Sacred Feather City's strength, Zheng Ling might as well reinforce him personally. "Are your injuries all right?" Zheng Ling was about to move, but he showed some hesitation. "Quick, look at the situation now. Even if I die, I will defend the immortal goo house." Zhou Zhong was covered in blood as he shouted.